Good evening. Welcome to our special coverage of the State of the Union Address in Washington, D.C. I'm Matthew Alvarez.
And I'm Robert McNeely, and this is your #1 source in America for political events right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Tonight, the president expected to tout his economic and border security efforts along with other accomplishments during the first year of his second term. Of course, also highlighting tonight our nation's 250th birthday with some stories of our great American heroes from 1776. How awesome is that?
Well, I'm really loving it, Matthew. I was in Roswell, Georgia recently looking over the streets, and they have these signs for America 250. So you municipalities across America and our big cities, our small cities, all celebrating 250 years of freedom.
So glad to see July 4th on the way. A lot coming up, of course, this year. A lot of wins to be had. The midterms in November, but the State of the Union tonight. And speaking of the State of the Union, there will be some special members there, including the USA men's hockey team in attendance. If you heard that phone call from the president over there to Italy after the team won gold, he said, hey, get them a plane and bring them over. So we're going to see that. I believe there's also a photo outside of the White House of Team USA with all the gold medals. Pretty awesome stuff.
Thanks to Margot Martin, one of the special assistants to the President of the United States, and she's that lovely lady following him with the camera and that phone to capture these special moments as the United States team right there at Joint Base Andrews, then on the south lawn of the White House. Great
to see it. Also, on top of that, Erica Kirk will be one of President Trump's special guests at tonight's speech. Of course, not ever forgetting the late, great Charlie Kirk.
And has big shoes to fill. It's been hard ever since September 10th of last year, but we know that his enduring memory and the love that he shared with countless individuals has made a mark on generations to come, especially Gen Z. We saw that with Jack Hughes, the golden shot, 46 years to the day on February 22nd, also George Washington's birthday, to reclaim gold for the US of A. And I loved his interviews, Matthew, the fact that he was so hyped up about this great country of ours, and the fact that this could actually turn into a political debate, whether or not this team should even be talking to the president. Of course they should, because this is not a political event. This is the State of the Union and truly the Super Bowl of all American politics.
And we're going to have it here live for you. The president's slated to speak at about 9 o'clock Eastern Time. You see that on the bottom right corner of your screen. We have a lot ahead, live interviews, analysis, a number of videos to get to. And speaking of that, just yesterday at the White House, the president holding quite the event, Bobby.
Yes, it was for the Angel families and that February 22nd date, holding a new fond significance, as this is the day we will remember all of the Angel families and their children, their brothers, sisters, parents, friends who lost their lives to illegal criminal aliens. Really a heartbreaker yesterday. But as President Trump said in the East Room, not only will America remember these names like Laken Riley and Jocelyn Nungary, Rachel Morin, but also he will remember them until the day he passes. Something so special from the Commander-in-Chief. We have cut number 1 of Jody Jones losing his brother to this criminal illegal alien crime, a border left open by Joseph R. Biden Jr. and Alejandro Mayorkas, now being closed by the Trump administration.
Well, I have this speech, but I'm not going to give it. What I'm going to tell you is from my heart. I want to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, first of all, before I do anything. I want to thank the American Border Story, and I absolutely want to thank President Donald J. Trump. Thank you, sir, for putting America first and putting these angel families first and letting everybody know their stories, because we matter. Thank you, sir. My brother Rocky Jones was murdered by a criminal illegal alien. He was simply at the wrong place at the wrong time. This man was arrested, released, and within 24 hours, he went on a shooting spree in Central California. Unfortunately, my brother was in the wrong place at the wrong time. This man shot my brother 8 times at point-blank range. I pray that no other family has to go through that. Unfortunately, they will. And just know, President Trump, I want you to know, no matter what the fake media says about you, the American people love you, and we will support you all the time, because we love you. I'm sick and tired of hearing these Democratic politicians stand up on these podiums and say how sorry they are for seeing these criminal illegal aliens being ripped apart from their families. What about us? What about the American family? What about us? We mean something too. And this man right here understands it. I was listening to Grandma Cook, and she said thank you to President Trump. And I love that lady. I don't even know her. I just heard her. I just got the fire inside of me. I'm like, wow, that's an American. I love America. I want you guys to understand this. Americans are not racist. We're not xenophobic because we want a safe America and we want to put Americans first. This man's not racist because he wants to put Americans first. Are you kidding me?
Quite the moments there for the Angel families in Washington, D.C. at the White House just yesterday.
And hearing the overall look at this speech, from speechwriters to the superstar Caroline Leavitt, right there in the press office of the president, we see the duality, Matthew, of the 1980s and President Reagan and his Peace Through Strength initiative, really the birth of the MAGA movement. As you look back onto it, his campaign said, let's make America great again. We know Roger Stone was someone who convinced and had to jostle a bit and pull President Trump over that finish line, ultimately saying, you would be good for federal office. He said, or scoffed it off at one point, but now jumped right into the mix. And with cut number 2, we are seeing that the Peace Through Strength MAGA agenda in full play 40 plus years later.
Trump just brought peace to the Middle East. He's already racked up 8 peace deals, trillions of dollars of investments in trade deals.
We have $18 trillion invested in this country. Nobody's ever had anything like it.
This is history in the making. No one else but President Donald Trump could do this. This is what Peace Through Strength gets you. This is what a respected United States will bring around the world. It is a stabilizing force.
And we're reestablishing deterrence, whether that's at the border, whether it's through Golden Dome, what happened with Midnight Hammer and what Iran found out, those drug boats, and of course the Houthis opening up the shipping lanes. American strength is back on the world stage.
The world is back to looking at America as the leader. We have the Peace Through Strength doctrine. We have the hostages at home. We are respected again. We are not seen as weak. Our adversaries know that they are to be on watch, and our allies know that we are there for them.
People know Donald Trump is going to do what he says he is going to do, whether it is Cuba, Iran, and Venezuelans.
We're witnessing a historic presidential legacy being written in real time. The only question now is, how big?
And we saw the leader of China there, of course, President Trump, to make a trip to China coming up in the next couple of months. So a spring trip to China. Also, we're looking at a lot of news stories out there in that 24/7 news cycle, including the armada of military that's in the Middle East. So will there be peace? Will there be something more? We'll see.
We'll watch that very closely. As we know, at the top of the year, right into January 2nd, I think we thought, maybe naively, it's going to be somewhat of a slower news year in January. Well, we woke up on January 2nd and saw the apprehension of Nicolas Maduro, to Ms. Flores, the former First Lady of Venezuela, now awaiting their second hearing in New York City. They're in fact in the same facility that Luigi Mangione is in, waiting for his trial in the alleged death of the CEO of United Healthcare. A terrible story in its own right. But speaking of that main topic, this is 4D chess, whether it is China to Russia down to Venezuela all the way to Iran and all of the problems worldwide. The question is, what's happening domestically? President Trump very focused on not only things like trumpaccounts.gov, so that your children can have a leg up going into not only their education, but into the working world 18 to 20 years plus from now, but also lowering healthcare costs. This will be a major factor in the 2026 midterms. With cut number 3, President Trump focused on just that.
President Trump, he was encouraging Congress this week to pass his newly unveiled health care plan. It's aimed at slashing costs for you and includes increased funding for rural areas as part of the big, beautiful bill.
It will create more competition, more transparency. It will expand health savings accounts for all Americans and send money to health savings accounts instead of to big insurance companies.
And Trump sent letters to 17 of the world's biggest prescription drug makers last week, calling on them to reduce prices on some products to much lower levels. The president wants these companies to provide the most favored nation drug pricing for Medicare, Medicaid, and commercial customers.
Under this policy, drug makers would have to basically index some of their medications to the lowest drug price in these comparative countries.
The president said enough global freeloading. We should not be paying 3 times more for the exact same medication in the same box, made in the same factories.
Moments ago, President Trump launched Trump RX.
It allows you to bypass the middlemen of healthcare and purchase drugs directly from those who make these drugs. This is healthcare reform. If you want to see prices come down by 80-90%, not 1 or 2%, then this is the path we've got to go. Nobody was bold enough and had the fortitude to take it on until President Trump.
And as you know, Robert, we've been covering a lot at the White House when it comes to all of these various events, including lower drug prices, and also talking about a lot of other news that's going on out there, including the importance of passing the Save America Act. Of course, a photo ID and proof of citizenship needed in order to vote. That's something a lot of countries do out there.
And apparently you now need that to shovel the snow in New York City under Mayor Mamdani. So it's very interesting that Democrats want that for certain things like shoveling the snow, but when it comes to voting, they may not want that.
It's so true. I mean, how many IDs do you need to shovel the snow? First of all, you don't need probably anywhere else. But in New York City, in order to get paid, I mean, so first of all, it's $18, $19 an hour, 20, 25, something like that. But still, show 2, 3, 4 forms of ID, and comparing snow removal versus an election, a federal election, it's just wild to see. We're also monitoring the latest with anything when it comes to the Epstein files, along with any developments in Iran, as we mentioned earlier. Will there be peace in Iran or something more happening there? As we heard from the president, there's an armada of our U.S. military in that region, so we'll see what happens, peace or something more.
Very true on that. And going back to that motor voter issue, this dated back to the 1990s, the Clinton era, and the focus of this Save America Act and why. It's very simple. Present the ID right at the voting booth and proof of U.S. citizenship. So many other things, including the snow removal, that we use that for to get paid on a daily basis. In addition, removing non-citizens from the rolls, a duty of the federal government, while at the same time, the secretaries of state and those county clerks can run the elections per what's demanded in the United States Constitution.
Believe it or not, we're going to have a report from Staten Island, New York, coming up a little bit later in the broadcast, showing us the snow, but also talking about the issue that Robert just brought up about having IDs in order to shovel the snow, but they're against IDs for voting. Interesting stuff. Coming up in just a minute, we'll be going live to speak with the director of the Hispanic Leadership Coalition with the America First Policy Institute. That's Alfonso Aguilar. There's a lot to talk about when it comes to the importance of the Save America Act and also the latest with the drug cartel situation in Mexico. So let's go there now with Mr. Aguilar. Alfonso, thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side.
It's a pleasure to be with you.
So can you talk to us about what we were just talking about, passing the Save America Act? Your thoughts about that?
Well, you know, it's common sense, right? That if you are going to vote, you should show that you are who you say you are, right? And this is not a controversial issue. There's no controversy. Republicans support it. The majority of Democrats support it. African Americans, Hispanics, over 70% of Hispanics. So why can't we get it done? And frankly, Democrats have a lot of explaining to do. This idea that this is one of the reasons why, or the main reason why they oppose it, because it suppresses minority votes. I mean, that to me is just insulting. It's basically telling African Americans, Hispanics, that we're dumb, that we can't get an ID. That's ridiculous. You know, I'm originally from Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is a U.S. territory. It's actually the poorest jurisdiction in the U.S. However, to vote, you need an ID. And voter participation is very high. So that's not an issue. I believe that they want to leave the door open for fraud. It's just so suspicious why they would oppose something as basic as this that the vast majority of Americans support.
Now, Alfonso, do you have any thoughts on what's happening south of the border in Mexico, the drug cartels, and also the holdup now at the Puerto Vallarta airport and the violence that's taken place there? Also, the State Department warning Americans that are in Mexico to shelter in place. What can happen here, as we know, it seems that the President of the United States assisting President Sheinbaum down south, but we know that the federales have a heck of a time dealing with the drug cartels that really run the country.
Well, believe me, this is happening because of President Donald Trump. In fact, I think President Trump is the best president Mexicans have ever had, because he's actually helping to fight drug cartels in Mexico. Taking out El Mencho is perhaps the most significant victory against drug trafficking, against drug cartels in Mexico. And it's definitely because of Trump putting pressure on President Sheinbaum, actually participating of the operation because they provided intelligence, identifying where he was. So it's a huge accomplishment. Obviously, you're decapitating this cartel, the Jalisco Nueva Generación. So now you're going to have a response from the lieutenants. You're going to have a fight among the lieutenants to get control of the cartel. So you're going to have violence in Mexico, absolutely. But sadly, it's absolutely necessary to do this so that we can weaken the cartels and ensure that we have less drugs coming into the United States. And at the end, it helps Mexico as well, because it helps Mexicans who have to live with cartels operating in their communities take back their country, take back their cities. So what the President Trump is doing, he's prioritized the Western Hem. This is part of this unprecedented war against the drug cartels. We've designated them as terrorists. We're going after them. And we took out the drug traffickers in the high seas. Now we're collaborating with Mexico to do it, to disrupt routes on the ground. So this is unprecedented, but it helps Americans because it reduces the amount of drugs coming into the United States, and those are great news. What a great accomplishment.
Yeah, and we're seeing possible surgical strikes there. We saw it from the Mexican government, but will we see that from our government if the cartel continues to be doing what I saw in a video the other day was awful. I don't even want to talk about what I saw because it was that bad. We'll see what happens there. Before I let you go, a little bit of a lighter note, of course, but still important when it comes to culture and when it comes to our country and patriotism. There's a lot of Hispanic Americans that are legal here in this country. My grandpa was from Cuba, so I get it. So my question to you is, what was your thoughts about Bad Bunny and how he represented people that are, I guess, illegal, and they're saying, hey, it doesn't matter, just bring them in?
Well, it's very offensive, first of all, because his message wasn't about unity. You can celebrate the roots of Americans of Hispanic origin, within what binds us as Americans, right? Our Constitution, our democratic principles. But he wasn't celebrating America. He was celebrating Latin America and celebrating illegal immigration, right? Spiking the ball on our end zone. I think that was very offensive. But not only that, the lyrics are offensive. They objectify women. They're misogynistic. And what I find insulting is Democrats and the left saying that he represents Hispanic community. The majority of Hispanics don't agree with the values that he espouses. Not even in Puerto Rico, where he's from, they like what he stands for. So if the Democrats want to align with somebody like him, who's clearly anti-American, who wants to objectify women, then they're going to have to defend that. But he doesn't represent Hispanic values. It was disgusting and frankly un-American. It's, again, I'm originally from Puerto Rico. It was sad to see that people get the impression that he represents, people, the U.S. citizens of the island who are proud American, or even Hispanics throughout the country who cherish our country, who value our citizenship, who are patriots. It was disgusting.
I met a number of them in the Bronx at President Trump's rally there, and then also in Miami, Florida, some just good-hearted people that love God, family, country, and Bad Bunny on the other side of history. So glad that you can join us, the director of the Hispanic Leadership Coalition with the America First Policy Institute, Alfonso Aguilar. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Definitely. All right, it's 7:21, Tuesday, February 24th. Of course, President Trump to speak at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. We'll have that entire speech here. Your thoughts over the past, year and change of the first year of the second term?
Well, they've hit the gas in 13 plus months and some days on change of this administration. What I think was picked up in the first administration was the fact that there were some vipers, there were some snakes on the inside. And now you have a cabinet that is on the same page, full throttle, who is seeking to serve this president and also at his pleasure the citizens of the United States. And look at the team, Matthew, because these people are great at media. They've been governors, they've had their own television shows, and they're subject matter experts in their respective fields. And we can see where they're allowed to dialogue, disagree, and debate. And some of the most legendary political dialogue and debate has been between some of these members, including the president himself and the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. Think back to 2016 and those Republican debates, or Kelly Loeffler and Doug Collins running for the Senate against each other in the great peach state of Georgia, coming together to make America great again.
And you look at the 20 core promises that President Trump on the campaign trail talked about, the RNC talked about. And we know that number 1 and 2 all had to do with the border and the mass deportation operation. We see wins in those areas. There's a number of other core promises that we, the people, want to see happen as well. A number of people talking about deep state arrests for those that subverted the will of the American people in 2020. We see a number of other things when it comes to transparency and accountability. So we, the people, are saying, hey, we want freedom. We want the Constitution to stay as the law of the land. What can we do in order for that to happen? Another thing that would be great, as we talked about before, is to pass the Save America Act. We have to have voter ID and proof of citizenship so we have free and fair elections coming up this midterm.
Yes, and this coming from the Republicans communications team out in the Western Regional Director, Nick Posh, who we've interviewed here on the show. President Trump is fixing the mess he inherited from Biden and Democrats and is delivering on what the American people elected him to do. Tonight, he will talk about the historic achievements of his first year back in office and highlight all those, as you were mentioning, Matthew, in the future of a strong, safe, and prosperous nation heading into America's 250th birthday. And that economy is so strong. Wages rising, tax cuts happening, and more money back in your pocket as a result. So we hear about affordability. It's going to be proven tonight.
And the thing I find interesting is the Democrats. There's about, you said earlier off air, about 70 Democrats will be boycotting tonight's State of the Union address. And they're having other events out there in Washington, D.C. Headlining tonight, wait for it, Robert De Niro, Don Lemon, Jim Acosta, a number of other representatives having various events as their response to, or their rebuttal to, the State of the Union tonight. Well, I'm glad I'm not there. I'm glad we didn't get the assignment, Robert, of covering that event. Holy smokes, I'm glad we're here at Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Should be an interesting one, to say the least, as we are jumping into our first sponsor this evening. A very special thank you to Calgi.com/RSBN. What will the president say during the State of the Union? You have some options there. Will he talk on fraud, affordability, to the fake news, or perhaps even sleepy Joe Biden, crooked Joe Biden, the auto pen dating back to the 2024 election? So you can take your bets there. A 54% chance of that going on right now, of what he will say specifically. And also, it's very interesting, the president's overall rating at 42%. So can he get to that 54 or beyond that 50 as he was this this time last year. Scan that QR code there now. You can also use kalshi.com/RSBN. If this is your first trade or bet on this, $10 off today. So worth using that to get started and have a little fun with it. Make it somewhat of a Super Bowl party for the political scene.
I'm looking at the words Sleepy Joe. I don't think the president's going to say Sleepy Joe tonight. I think he's going to say fake news, affordability, fraud. Maybe not fraud, affordability, fake news. We'll see what happens, but you guys can check it out too. kalshi.com/RSBN, great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, it's 7:26, Tuesday, February 24th. Let's go to Tax Network USA as well. Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? Or have you filed every year but still keep owing? Did you retire and suddenly get hit with a tax bill that you didn't expect? How about, are you a business owner with messy books and a balance you can't afford? Or how about maybe you pulled money from your 401k or IRA early and now the IRS wants its share? However your tax issues started, the outcome is the same. Your balance is not going down, penalties grow, interest compounds, and many of you are about to owe again for this upcoming tax year with no plan in place. So you can stop what you're doing and call Tax Network USA. The IRS isn't waiting. The IRS is enforcing collections through wage garnishments, bank levies, and property seizures. So they can even file for you without your consent. So this is where Tax Network USA comes in. With more than 15 years in business, there hasn't been a tax case they haven't seen or resolved. They specialize in tax controversies and help taxpayers nationwide, and they get back on track by resolving back taxes and unfiled returns once and for all.
Yes, it is a fantastic organization. They could do all of that for you once you have that done. So call now today. They'll go through that whole investigation period when you call the IRS. A new phone number there for you at 877-479-6503. Text the tnusa.com/RSBN. Visit that website. And again, 877-479-6503. Protect yourself from the IRS. Settle those back taxes today and be all set and hunky-dory come April 15th. I can't believe how quickly that's coming up.
That's so true. And also, in addition, for this great sponsor, whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million, their team has resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. So they can do the same for you, but you have to call now. They're offering a free investigation call with the IRS. After that investigation, they put a clear case plan in place to resolve your tax problem, and all to get you back on track. So this is all about using your legal rights to take control before the government sets the terms for you. So don't wait for another IRS tax letter or a frozen bank account. There's the number, 877-479-6503. And Robert, isn't it awesome? You know, we're not bought and paid for by some woke corporation out there. We have these great companies that help sponsor all of the broadcasts. I mean, you obviously maybe are noticing Studio A. We are in Studio A right now. We were in Studio B, a traditional studio that was quite awesome to be in there, but it's great to be back in the Studio A. But these kind of things, without these great sponsorships and your donations, we couldn't cover what we cover day in and day out here at Right Side Broadcasting Network.
And the new media is all about new voices and more traditional voices perhaps, but also this lens of a network that was started a decade ago by Joe Seals because the mainstream media said no one was attending these Trump rallies. And we saw them grow and grow and grow. And now it's turned into a second term for a man who was once a private citizen becoming president of the United States, coming down that golden escalator, almost as if Jack Hughes with that golden shot the other day. This is a golden era in this country, 250 years young. As I hope you stick with us tonight with me, Robert McNeely, Matthew Alvarez, all here for your State of the Union coverage on your election integrity headquarters, the place for politics, Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed, so join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
All right, welcome back to our live pre-show coverage of President Trump's State of the Union address, which will start at 9 Eastern time tonight. So Robert McNeely will be back in the chair here in just a minute, and then we'll be wrapping up the broadcast after President Trump's speech. All right, it's 7:32, Tuesday, February 24th. Thanks again for live streaming in here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I recently caught up with Texas Congressman Keith Self. Take a look. And joining us now on Right Side Broadcasting Network is Texas Representative Keith Self. Thank you so much for joining us, sir.
Great to be here. Thank you.
So let's talk about something that you're well versed on, the Save America Act. I don't think we could talk about it enough, can't we?
Absolutely not. This is vitally important for the midterm elections in November. This is how we save America, as the title says, because we have got to make sure that American citizens only vote in our elections. And when you show up, show photo ID, government-issued photo ID. Vitally important. Everybody needs to understand how important this bill is.
Exactly. I mean, a lot of countries out there, as you know, already have to show a voter ID. And that's something to be, it's kind of shocking to see that the leading country, the strongest country, the best country, doesn't even have that. I mean, how about in New York City? You have to have an ID to shovel, don't you?
Yeah, you do. And frankly, you have to have an ID to do almost anything in America. But this is the Democrats' plan. They don't want people to have to prove they're citizens because they want the non-citizens, the illegal aliens, to be voting in our elections. Even some of the places have authorized them to vote. That's why we need federal guidelines. We're not telling the states how to run your election. All we want is some few federal guidelines, guide rails, protections for our elections. That's all we want out of the Save America Act. Protect our citizens' right to vote in U.S. elections.
Exactly. The federal elections, the voter ID, and the proof of citizenship. And speaking of some of that story, obviously a representative from Texas, Keith Self, joining us right now. The border. You know, we saw under President Trump in the second term, right at the beginning, that border was shut down with the military and local authorities and all that. So what's your assessment now? What's the update along that Texas border as we continue to see law and order?
Oh, my goodness, it's closed, basically closed. The numbers of encounters are so low they hardly even register. And I will tell you, it happened fast. We didn't need any new laws. We didn't need anybody else but a new president. That's all it took. And that's exactly what happened. Once he was in office, he promises made, promises kept, closed the border. He ran on it. One of the primary issues he ran on, closed the border, and it is a done deal now. Now we're starting to flow the other way, and that needs to continue to deport our illegal aliens, because if we let 11 plus million in, we're 4 million housing units short. Doesn't take a genius to know why we have a housing shortage.
Exactly. To your point, the mass deportations is part of the 20 core promises to the American people. So it's something that we want to continue to see. And then let's shift some gears. We saw the USA hockey team do great out there in Italy. Your thoughts about, bringing home the gold medal for the red, white, and blue?
What a great event. What a great ending to the Olympic Games for the American hockey team to beat Canada. I mean, let's just think about it. Canada has gone off the rails in big time. And for our hockey team to, in overtime, a man who was injured, who had his front teeth knocked out, to actually score the winning goal, that's not even a script that came out of Hollywood. This is real life. They did it. What a fabulous verification of American greatness on the sport field, on the ice hockey.
Yeah, exactly. And it's great to see that on the sports area or the sports arena, to your point. And then to just wrap up the interview, let's get the Save America Act passed.
Absolutely. The president must make this happen because the Senate does not want to do this. And frankly, Leader Thune has 50 Republican votes, plus the vice president. He can make this happen today. The president needs to lean on Leader Thune and tell him, we want this, I want this, America wants this, 85% of Americans want this, to include a great majority of Democrats. We want this. Get it done.
Texas Representative Keith Self, thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side.
Thank you.
All right, so that interview just recently done with the Congressman Keith Self out of Texas. Again, now 7:36, Tuesday, February 24th. Getting ready to see President Trump coming up at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. We'll take you there live to Washington, D.C. on Capitol Hill as we track some of the latest news across the country. Of course, we always keep we the people, all of us, at the center of our conversation. The love for God, family, country, common sense, truth, justice, and the American way as the pillars of why we do what we do every single day. Meantime, as many know, New York City got slammed with a blizzard that dumped more than a foot of snow there. And in order to work with the city, doing some of that snow shoveling, New Yorkers have to show numerous forms of ID to simply pick up a shovel, get paid by the city, and remove snow. In just a minute, we're going to go to Staten Island with Robert Burkhead. He's the president of the Staten Island Young Republican Club. He has plenty to say about that. I'm glad that I'm not in New York right now, to be honest. The blizzard, the communist, socialist style mayor, who wants that, right? We want our freedoms. We want all the things here in this country. It's called the United States Constitution, of course. So, as you know, Right Side Broadcasting Network, was hot on the 2024 campaign trail, covering President Trump's rallies from coast to coast. And at those rallies were the 20 core promises to the American people. As we wait to see all of the promises fulfilled, one of the big ones, of course, is that of our southern border. And for months, right here on the network, you've seen in some cases, no pun intended, wall-to-wall coverage, whether live from the border for various events or video updates from the United States military. And if you remember the Biden regime, the images of people crossing the border, people who are not citizens of our country, well, we're going to return to the border in just a minute. We're going to go to one of our clips that is called The Sounds of the Border. We're going to go there in just a minute. So we'll go to the southern border, we'll go up to New York City, and of course we have some live interviews coming up. And then around 8:15, RSBN host Robert McNeely will be in a chair as well. Then we'll be seeing President Trump at 9 o'clock, and then Robert and I will wrap up our coverage live right here on the network. Of course, there's a lot of news that we're following in that 24/7 news cycle. We see a lot going on out there. We see it on Truth Social, we see it on X, we see it on Rumble, YouTube, all the things. We see it right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Again, we're the ones that connect with you guys when we're out there at all of those rallies and events and all of the coverage that we've done for a number of years, 10 plus years. I've been with the network since September of 2022. So I've seen a lot out there, and it's been great to connect with a number of people and to really just talk about our country, to talk about freedom. We want to see transparency. We want to see accountability. We want to see what's needed to happen to save our country. We've been covering a lot of stories, anything from the Epstein files to what's going on in Iran to what's happening recently in Mexico. So, hey, buckle up. It's 7:40, Tuesday, February 24th. Let's go over some of our great sponsors. Birch Gold Group is back. International disputes, inflation, rising national debt, digital currency. There's a never-ending list of reasons gold has risen over 700% in the last 20 years. And a never-ending list of reasons smart Americans diversify a portion of their savings into precious metals with Birch Gold Group. And more than any other commodity on earth, gold thrives during uncertainty, which is why it's a crucial part of a balanced strategy. It gives you peace of mind given all the events that could impact the U.S. economy. And see if holding gold as a tax-sheltered retirement account is right for you too. Birch Gold can help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. All you have to do is text the word Trump to the number right there on your screen, 989898, to receive your free info kit on gold. There's no obligation, just useful information. And they have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers. So let Birch Gold help you diversify with gold so you too can have peace of mind regardless of the uncertainty. Again, that's text Trump to 989898. Again, the word Trump to 989898. You can do that today if you'd like. All Family Pharmacy, another great sponsor here. Quick question for you. When was the last time you actually restocked your medicine cabinet? Most people wait until someone gets sick. Then they're scrambling, calling the doctor, waiting on appointments, hoping the pharmacy has what they need. And you really should have what you need already at home. So if you already know All Family Pharmacy, you know there's a better way. And when you go to allfamilypharmacy.com, you can stock up in advance on essentials like antibiotics, antivirals, ivermectin, mebendazole, NAD+, Tamiflu, and more. More than 300 prescription medications are available, everything reviewed and prescribed safely by their licensed doctors and shipped straight to your door. So you can be prepared before you need it. Go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Use that RSBN 10 promo code that you see there. Save 10% on the essentials you want to keep in your medicine cabinet. Two great sponsors right there here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's 7:42 Eastern Time. We are live here in Studio A. A little bit of a different backdrop. Well, it's thanks to the great sponsors, thanks to the donations, but also we're not just doing it for just the appearance. This is all about the heart of the matter. What will save the country? Passing the SAVE Act, transparency, accountability, all the things, right? We want our country to keep going. We want the Constitution to be the law of the land forever. We don't want it to change. We don't want anybody stomping on our U.S. Constitution. You know there's an event in D.C. tonight where Robert De Niro and Don Lemon, and Mr. Acosta, all these people are there. They're doing a rebuttal. They're doing a response party event. There's 70 some odd Democrats that are going to boycott the State of the Union tonight. Listen, it's time to get back to the basics. You guys know it. I know it. We know it. Let's go to Staten Island in the meantime, because you know what? Mamdani doesn't know it. He wants you to have, how many IDs do you need just to shovel the snow? Well, let's go to Robert Burkhead. He is the president of the Staten Island Young Republican Club there. I had an interview with him recently. Let's take a look. And joining us right now is Robert Burkhead, of course, the president of the Staten Island Young Republican Club, and he's outside in the snow. Robert, tell us what it's like so far there, man.
It feels just as dark and cold as they predicted. And these blizzards aren't helping. And just today, the mayor just announced he's going to send the kids back to school. We don't even have the sidewalks paved yet. I mean, you can't even walk down the street. The bus stops are not paved. I have no idea what this gentleman is thinking. I have no idea who's advising him. Just a little common sense. I mean, now we got to put our children in harm's way. There's not even places for them to drop the kids off at school. It's just, again, I don't know where the thinking or the logic is, but the Democratic Party today has lost common sense.
And that's the thing that we've seen there in New York City and in other cities across the country. So what we're hoping to see is one of these days, I mean, maybe there'll be just a boomerang situation where we'll come back to a more sane style of mayor in New York. I mean, why don't you run for mayor, man? I mean, we need somebody that's on the right side of history out there.
I'm too happy at home with my three young children, and if I could contribute to society by speaking out against this gentleman and grow our youth movement, that's my job right now, and to speak up for those that just feel maybe it's not worth speaking up. I mean, we have to fight. We have to push back. This is just insane. I mean, you know, I don't know where the mayor's shovel is. I got mine. Where is he? That was all this social media, all this walking through doors. Do something. Stop with the videos and get out. Staten Island, this is the second storm now where I think it's safe to say that we have been neglected. I drove through the city earlier, and the streets are a little better on the highways. You hit Staten Island, and it's just it's just not the same. I don't know if the resources are being shifted to other boroughs, but like I said, the logic and the common sense behind these decisions is dangerous. To send children to school tomorrow, we should let the sanitation workers do their job clear out the storms. I mean, there's still mounds on the sidewalks from the last storm. So we're just doing our part, trying to keep the neighborhood, shoveling our neighbors out. Our cars are stuck. It's a tough time to be a Staten Islander and a New Yorker right now under Mayor Mondami. We got to keep fighting.
No, I hear you loud and clear. And earlier when we were talking about the Save America Act and voter ID and the situation with shoveling snow in New York, some of the technical side of things didn't work out. So let's just revisit that quickly again now that everything's back up to par. Your thoughts about the fact that you said 2 IDs in order to just get this compensation to shovel snow in New York, and then he's the same guy that says you don't need an ID to vote?
Yep. Mayor required 2 forms of ID and paperwork to show up to your local sanitation garage if you wanted to sign up as an extra shoveler. I think it would make a difference in the city if we had an extra 200-300 shovelers, but I don't know that that's going to clear up the entire city and the mounds buried cars in. I mean, I think that we should let the sanitation workers do their jobs. But yeah, 2 forms of ID to sign up to be a volunteer shoveler, but you don't need ID to vote. It just makes 0 sense. 0 cents.
You know, Robert, and fine, I'll let you go. And thanks again for joining us out there in the post-blizzard conditions. As a reporter in various markets around the country, I would do live reports in the snow, and it'd be cold, and it brings this whole different side of you out there because you're freezing and you're talking. And so I'm going to put you on the spot there. What are the frustrations that you have seen with just the way the country has been going when it comes to, Minnesota with the fraud or anti-ICE sediment or those that want to take our freedoms? What are your thoughts about all that?
Listen, I think the Democratic Party used to stand for, I didn't agree with a lot of things that the Democratic Party stood for in the past, but some of them had common sense. And today it's almost like if it's against what President Trump says, then that's what we're going to run on. If it's not, if it's good for the constituents, if it's good for the people, then why shouldn't we all be for it? And we are battling against nonsensical ideologies. Just the other day, the mayor announced he's going to raise property taxes 9.5% if he doesn't fix the budget. Meanwhile, Florida, Ron DeSantis is trying to cancel property taxes for people that own their homes. And people are flocking. I don't want to leave. I don't want my kids to leave. So this is the kind of things we're challenged with. We need money back in our pockets. People want. We've talked about this: healthcare, good jobs, low taxes, low property taxes. Younger kids coming out of college find a job to be able to afford rent. This gentleman, Mondami, ran against affordability, and he's done nothing but talk about raising the affordability. And so that's all across the country. I think that's what Democrats are standing for right now. Same thing in Virginia. The Governor Spanberger signed a law to raise taxes on 40 different things. I mean, it's insane. So I think people are having buyer's remorse, and unfortunately, it's going to take some time until the next elections to vote these people out. But we're going to stand for common sense. We're going to recruit the younger generation. We're going to keep talking about the Republican values. I'm with my son outside right now, holding the phone, shoveling, teaching him how to take care of your property and responsibility. And that's what we want for our children and our neighbors and our neighborhood. So that's the uphill battle we face.
Amen. Amen. Robert Burkhead live. This is probably on replay right now, but thanks again for joining us out there post blizzard. You got to shovel the whole street. Maybe somebody will give you some dollars for that. I mean, holy smokes. Robert, thank you again for joining us, the president of the Staten Island Young Republican Club. Isn't it awesome? We have great patriots in every state across the union. Many red states, there are blue states, some purple states out there. Great patriots in every one of them, including right there in New York City. Again, that Trump rally back in the Bronx. A lot of people just saying, "Hey, we want the simplicity of America again, land of the free, home of the brave." All the things. We're not going to lose sight of that. At least I'm not losing sight of that. I can't, because that's what is common sense for our country to win. We need that leadership, and we're looking forward to seeing, of course, the president tonight at 9 o'clock Eastern. Let's go to a couple of our sponsors before we move on. There's a video I'd like to show you, and then also we'll go to a great interview coming up in Pennsylvania. And if you've been putting off life insurance because you think it's complicated or requires a medical exam, this is worth hearing. So with life insurance through Ethos, you could get up to $500,000 in term life coverage starting around $30 a month. And there's no medical exam required, just a few online health questions. The entire process is 100% online. You can get an estimate in 10 minutes, and many people are covered the same day. So it's designed to be simple. No paperwork, no waiting rooms, no scheduling doctor visits, and coverage options go even higher, up to $2 million or $3 million, depending on your needs. You can customize a policy to fit your budget, and there's a 30-day money-back guarantee, so you can actually review your coverage with confidence, risk-free. So if you've been meaning to get life insurance to help protect your family, your home, or future expenses, this makes it easy. Get your free estimate now by visiting RSBN Network or rsbnetwork.com/ethos. Great sponsor, great information right there with Ethos. Let's move on to our second sponsor here of the day. Of course, Drink Pure, Live Pure, Cove Pure. I love this stuff too because if you know me, I like to have my water filtered. So we're past all the new year, new me stuff. This is the part where we either forget about it or we make it easy enough that we actually follow through. And that's where Cove Pure comes in. And here's the thing. Most people tend to go overboard buying new supplements, trying a new diet or workout, but they completely ignore the most important basic thing, water. Even mild dehydration impacts energy, focus, and metabolism. And when you think about all the garbage that's in our water, you're starting behind the curve before you even begin. So Cove Pure changes that immediately. Their Clearwave technology is certified to remove, get this, up to 99.9% of contaminants. Pretty much anything that isn't water, the PFAs, the microplastics, the pharmaceutical residue, the fluoride, all gets removed. It's the purest water you can get. And what's amazing about Cove Pure is it actually lets you choose that temperature of your water, hot, cold, or warm. So just with a tap of a button, you can get that boiling hot water in just 3 seconds. It makes your water taste good. And that's the way it's meant to be. Pure, clean, no aftertaste. So if you're trying to cut back on soda, it's easy with something like this, Cove Pure. The call to action, of course, is simple. Cove Pure makes it so easy to get pure water with the push of a button. So you can give them a call here or just go to that website. covepure.com/RSBN. Again, that's covepure.com/RSBN to take advantage of their special discount today. $250 off. Always good to see some savings and some great sponsors, including Cove Pure. All right, it's 7:53, Tuesday, February 24th. Before we go to Pennsylvania for an interview, let's go to the southern border. Let's go to the sounds of a secure border. Thank God in heaven. Well, there you go, seeing the sounds of the southern border. If you've seen our coverage, we had a lot of video from the southern border via our military, DVIDs, from the Pentagon. And that's something that the public can get as well, those kind of videos. And speaking of some great patriots and veterans, let's go now to Pennsylvania, where State Senator Doug Mastriano joins us now live. Hello, sir.
Hey, Matthew, thanks for having me back. It's great to see you, brother.
You too. Great to have you on the broadcast once again. Let's just go right to it. The Save America Act is one of the big things that people are talking about. Accountability, transparency, all the things from we the people's perspective. What would you like to start with? I mean, there's so many things to talk about.
So we were brought together by election integrity in 2020. The big fight, the Gettysburg hearing, RSBN was there. You have 20-some million views of that hearing. That really blew the lid off of the fraud and the corruption in our election system, something that Democrats are very good at, apparently. And I tried to get an audit done in Pennsylvania, and the Republican leadership then, they're no longer here, but when they were in power there, the majority leader kicked me out of the caucus, stripped me of committee powers, so I couldn't do an audit of 3 counties, which is going to be Philadelphia County, York County, and Tioga County, so 2 Republican, 1 Democrat. And we're our own worst enemy. I lost my staff and all that, and so it went nowhere. It died, and not at Democrat hands. So if we're going to get our elections right, the only way we can do it is the Save America Act, and it needs to happen.
We saw President Trump the other day on Truth Social say that there will be voter ID for the midterm elections, and I think he said even without Congress. I don't know how that's going to happen. We'll see, but it would be great if it does, including proof of citizenship. I want to shift gears from the Save America Act and dive into just what we're seeing out there. There's a lot of noise, right? There's a lot of people talking on X and Truth Social and conservative media and mainstream media. But at the end of the day, the people that are patriots at all of where I just spoke about, isn't it just the common sense versus the BS, or the truth versus the lies, and people just have to keep waking up? Or do you think most of the country is awake to all of this?
Well, I mean, you start with voting integrity. We're the only leading country in the world that doesn't require an ID to vote that I know of. When I have said in the past, I've seen better elections in Afghanistan. It was true. The international forces made sure 1 person, 1 vote, and did our best to ensure voting integrity here, and that we can't do that in America. So it starts with safe and fair elections. We want everyone's legal vote to count, period. That's it. And you can do that with an ID card, government issued. Beyond that, the evidence is so manifest, and we see we see that across the deck, the economy is improving, our lives are getting better, tariffs are way up, bringing in money, tax cuts, tax relief. We're seeing inflation go down to a 5-year low now. It's going to take a while to correct the Biden damage to the country. We're seeing improvements internationally. We're seeing the Iran nuclear program is gone. It's dead. We see the Iranians, on a precipice here as far as leadership, the mullahs that have been leading our country since 1979. We're seeing peace through strength. We see Venezuela, even NATO, 32 members now in NATO, and I believe all 32 are now spending their pledged 2%, and they've agreed, all of them except Spain, have agreed to go to 5% in the next couple of years. This is unprecedented. NATO's never had so many members stepping up and meeting what they promised to spend on defense. So all around, America is stronger. America's back economically and internationally.
And sir, can you talk to us a little bit about why you jumped into politics? I know you were in the military and all of that, but what was it that said, you know what, I have to go and do that?
Yeah, so in my career field, strategic intelligence, there were no general officers. I don't think there still is. So if you make colonel, it's like 7% of us make it to colonel, and that's it. And the ceiling is there. It's not glass. It's solid. And I had a sweet job lined up, Matthew, that I was going to ride off into the sunset, making lots of money, lots of travel, still doing things for our country, but, without uniform. And as I was doing an interview at a local radio station, I'm in uniform talking about international affairs and what have you. And I was complaining off air about how bad things have gotten over the years for the country. And I was postulating 30 years in uniform, and have I made a difference? It didn't feel like it. And with this young man sitting across from me, not interviewing me, he was off air, just shooting the breeze. He says, "Well, Colonel, why don't you do something about it?" And that hit me right square here. And I went home and talked to Rebbe, and I'm like, we got to pray, because I don't think we could just ride off of that sunset and fade away like so many people do. And you earn it. And we prayed about it, and that's what compelled us to get in politics. So I decline the perks and whistles. I don't do the free car. I don't take the retirement, and all that blah blah. But my heart's into trying to make a difference, so we have a strong and great America for the next generation, for our children and grandchildren. And Donald Trump is giving our country the best chance to have greatness and a brighter future.
Not every state senator has 250,000 followers on X, but you do, which is pretty telling, obviously, because you're on the right side of history. And I know you love God, family, and country, and freedom. And it's great to have you join us here once again. State Senator Doug Mastriano in Pennsylvania. Thank you again, sir. Thank you again for your service.
Thank you. God bless, brother. Thanks for having me. It's great
Definitely.
to see you.
God bless. Great to speak with State Senator Doug Mastriano once again there in Pennsylvania as we continue on with our live broadcast here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. It is 8 o'clock on the East Coast, 5 o'clock out there on the West Coast. And if you're watching coast to coast on those time zones, thank you so much for watching. Those of you in the Central Time Zone or in the Mountain Time Zone, thank you for live streaming in. We'll see President Trump in about an hour from now. Before we continue our talking about a lot of politics, let's get into some finances, because joining us now is Philip Patrick with Birch Gold. And Philip, thanks so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Thank you so much for having me.
Definitely. So let's talk about the Supreme Court. I mean, they just ruled that the quote-unquote Liberation Day tariffs are illegal. So what exactly happened, and why does that matter?
Yeah, they ruled that the administration overstepped its authority by imposing Liberation Day tariffs under the emergency trade powers. The court essentially said Congress controls tariffs and emergency authority has limits. It's significant, not because tariffs are gone, but because it introduces this sort of legal uncertainty into trade policy. The administration expected this, and they're already reimposing tariffs under a different statutory authority. So the policy direction itself hasn't changed, but the markets don't ultimately like moving targets. We had tariffs, then we had a court strike down. Now there's sort of a new legal pathway. So, this sort of uncertainty markets really don't like. We also have to remember that tariffs were being counted on as a revenue stream to offset deficit spending. So this isn't just a trade story, it's a budget story, it's a confidence story, and ultimately I think it's a dollar story.
And then you were talking about tariffs as a revenue source, but how big of a hit is this then for the budget deficit?
Look, I don't think it's going to be a massive hit for the budget deficit. It was a huge amount of money we brought in, $265 billion last year alone. But I think they're going to find a way around it, as I said, and we should see that revenue keep coming in. So long term, I don't think it's going to do a big thing. But like I said, this sort of instability and uncertainty, the markets don't like it. And we're seeing a response when it comes to the US dollar. Borrowing rates are now going up, which is the world telling us to get our fiscal house in order, if you will.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people looking to, gold, silver, precious metals. We're seeing the price of gold and silver skyrocket. We could talk about that in just a second. But what really should everyday Americans be thinking about right now in that financial area?
Look, I think it's about President Trump has done an incredible job in the last 12 months. I mean, we've turned our trajectory around entirely. However, we still have a system that is under strain, right? We've got record peacetime debt levels. We've got ongoing trade restructuring. We've got battles now over executive authority. And the markets are reacting to these developments in real time. So, whether the administration strategy ultimately works, and I believe it will, the path is going to be uncertain and it's going to be volatile. That's the reality of what President Trump inherited. And that's where physical precious metals come in. They don't depend on a Supreme Court ruling, a trade negotiation, or the Treasury Department's funding strategy. These are assets that go up steadily over time. They have no counterparty risk, and they are performing incredibly well in climates like this because of this uncertainty. And I think we have a lot more of that on the horizon until we start to see clearer skies.
If you're just joining us now, of course, this is Philip Patrick with the Birch Gold Group. Sir, can you talk to us about something that we've heard before, the whole BRICS nations thing, but can you really break it down for us why we hear BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and what that has to do with our dollar and also gold, silver, and precious metals?
It's a great question. Listen, these countries around the world, they are uniting now and moving away from the US dollar. US dollar holdings now are at 35-year lows. So the world is actively moving away from the dollar. They have different motivations, right? For Russia, it was bypassing US sanctions. For China, it's attacking dollar hegemony. But they are united and they are committed. They are buying gold and they are dumping US dollars. And the problem is, the more dollars they dump, means demand for the dollar's waning, which means borrowing costs are going up. They're seeing a position with $38 trillion of debt, and they know how to get us from the inside. So they're moving ahead. President Trump's doing, a very good job in battling it, making our economy strong again. That's ultimately what this is going to take. It's going to take stability. But until we get a hand on deficit spending and show the world we can get our fiscal house in order, I think this is going to continue to be a problem. And that's why tariff revenue is so important to us.
And then also, to your point from earlier, the administration is already reimposing tariffs through other authorities since the Supreme Court's ruling. So again, for those just joining us, is this really a problem then for our country?
Look, I think that the ruling itself is not a problem because, like I said, I don't think they're gonna get at the revenue. The administration were expecting this, and they already put stop gaps in place to bypass it. But like I said, the problem for us is going to be this instability, this backwards and forwards. Look, the world saw a strong executive in President Trump. Seeing the Supreme Court mess with executive authority, I think creates more instability, and instability drives borrowing costs up. This is all about the debt, Matthew, and unless we can get a handle on that, everything's moot.
Well, I hear you, and I know Doge was getting a handle of that stuff too. We'll see how everything pans out there. Speaking of pans, my father-in-law talks about panning for gold sometimes. Let's talk about the price of gold right now, the price of silver. Is it still over $4,000? Is it over $5,000 now? What's going on with gold?
We're over 5,000 today. Silver's over $80. We had an incredible year. Gold last year ran 70%, silver over 150%. Came into this year storming as well. Silver saw a pullback, gold a slight retracement, but since then they've been moving. Silver's up about 7% for the year, gold's up over 20, and we're 2 months into the year. So both moving at a very fast rate. And actually, investment banks now are raising their predictions on gold, over 6,000, silver over 100.
So if somebody were to text Trump to 989898, what happens there? Is this, I know you guys don't do high pressure anything, which is great. Tell us what people would see once they do that.
It's really simple. Text Trump to 989898 and get access to information. That's what we're about at Birch, is providing, by the way, completely free information to people on how to invest in precious metals, why to invest in precious metals, why under a Trump administration it makes a lot of sense to invest in precious metals. So I tell everybody, text Trump 989898, get access to free information, read it, do what you want with it. But I promise you, you will be slightly more informed on the global economy. So Trump 989898 and just get access to free information.
And finally, before I let you go, can you share with us what some of the people that have done that, what their reaction is to Birch Gold?
It's been incredible, Matthew. Like I said, we've seen the value of gold and silver double, triple in a fairly short space of time. The conversation I'm having now with our customers shows me why this is all worthwhile. As you know, I do these interviews, 5, 6, 7 times a week. When I'm not here, I'm on the phone. But those conversations and how we've changed people's lives, it made it all worthwhile. So, yeah, it's incredible.
Text Trump to 989898. Philip Patrick with Birch Gold. Thank you, sir, for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Thank you for having me.
Definitely. All right, it's 8:08 Eastern Time, Tuesday, February 24th, getting ready to see President Trump, and it's just about an hour from now. There'll be a little bit of a changing of the guard here at the desk. Robert McNeely will be joining me right here. Actually, he'll be taking over from that until the speech, and then after the speech, Robert and I will have some post-analysis of the State of the Union address. Of course, we know that Team USA, the hockey team, they're going to be there in attendance. We also know that Erica Kirk will be in attendance. So we'll hear the speech from start to finish. Of course, all the pomp and circumstance prior to the event there on the House floor. So looking forward to watching. If you're a political nerd, you tuned into the right network. But if you love God, country, faith, and family, and all the things, you also tuned into the right network. So let's do this. We have a couple minutes left before we go to a commercial break. So why don't we go to one of our clips, clip 2, in regards to people in the state of Alabama, an Alabama sheriff in Coffee County, talking about the border. Let's go to clip number 2 right now.
Since the Trump administration has been, it's been a lot easier to be in law enforcement. I'm gonna be honest with you. Our crime is all dealt with methamphetamine, and it all comes from the border. And you've got to tighten up that border. We've seen a decrease. My narcotics guys, they're not getting as easy busts as they used to. So that means it's working. And I'm proud to, this is my first term sheriff. It's an honor to serve my people and to serve with this government that we have. And I can't say anything good about Barry. He knows I love him, and he knows it. We all grew up down there on the same street, so we fight for our families and our people. I've got 43 deputies. Under the 1033 program, I've got a couple of helicopters, some military equipment to keep my guys safe, which keeps them so they come home and see their family. Like I said, the administration we got now was working, and I'm proud to work with Barry, and he's doing a good job in what we got going on in a little old sleepy county in southern Alabama.
All right, so it's great to see, the border obviously secure. That's one of the major core promises. There's a lot of them. Number 19 out of 20, secure our elections. How about number 9 out of 20? End the weaponization of government. So there's a lot to get through, of course, over the past 365 plus days of President Trump's first year of his second term. We'll hear from the president in just a bit. Actually, we can go to some letters that we've seen from people in Ohio that have sent this letter to President Trump. I am an 80-year-old Army veteran and so proud to be an American as I watch the 250th anniversary of the Army. I'm praying for you to continue doing an excellent job. You are doing exactly what you said you would do. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Let's go from Ohio to Rhode Island. President Trump, I just want to thank you for all that you have done for our country. I have prayed so hard for America and for you and your family and many other Republicans that are in office. I defend you and your policies to anyone who will listen. There were times that I had difficulty sleeping because of what was going on in our country. May God bless you, your family, your staff, and all who love America. Respectfully yours, Emily. And also, it says here, being a Republican and the state of Rhode Island makes me a warrior for you and your policies. So there are a number of people from various states that have written into the president there at the White House. So nice to see some of the letters there. In the meantime, as we get ready to go to a commercial break, some of the news we're tracking in this 24/7 news cycle, of course, passing the Save America Act. We'll see how that transpires, hopefully in the U.S. Senate. Will there be any more developments with the Epstein files or developments with holding people accountable? And we're also keeping a close eye on any developments in Iran. Will there be peace there or something more? Additionally, of course, we're praying for the release of Tina Peters. We'd like to close this segment with the following. We the people know which TV networks and media outlets are part of the fake news ecosystem. Thank God for true conservative media, a number of great outlets on the right side of history, including Right Side Broadcasting Network. And any day of the week, I'll take truth over false narratives, truth over gaslighting, and freedom over censorship. If you'd like to follow me online, it's at Matthew US Media on X, and it's at Matthew Alvarez on Truth Social. A bit of the changing of the guard. Robert McNeely will join us after this commercial break. Then both of us will have the wrap-up coverage after President Trump's speech later tonight. We'll be right back here on Right Side.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network in the prime time on this State of the Union evening. It's a joy to be with you. Thank you, Matthew Alvarez, my colleagues here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you're just tuning in, I'm Robert McNeely. As we look forward to the top of the hour, President Donald Trump to present the 2026 State of the Union. We're looking forward to all of the issues facing not only this administration, but your neck of the woods, inside and outside of the Beltway, as we are in the new and improved Studio A. I recently had the opportunity to speak with Ashley Brassfield, reporter for the Daily Caller inside the Beltway, as she's covering some stories you may not see in the mainstream. Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. Ashley Brassfield of the Daily Caller. Let's break down the State of the Union, going to be a big one moments away.
Yes, well, thank you for having me. And I do think it is going to be a big one. The president is going to probably, my guess from Tariffs Friday announcement, I think it's going to be a very interesting situation. I don't think he will be remiss to confront the justices who will be sitting right in front of him at the State of the Union. That's my first prediction. I do think foreign policy will come up. I obviously, there's been a big presence and build up around, possible, interference with Iran and the war possibly starting there. I think he will possibly address that. We will see, though, as well as domestic policy, him addressing, things like affordability, pricing, and what the message will be going for the GOP into midterms and how he will be supporting that. And I think he's going to possibly even, make some comments regarding, GOP members getting some things passed. That's in, his outlet, I would say. It's things like the Save America Act. I would assume he's going to comment on with all those GOP Congress members sitting right in front of him. And, what the accomplishments really have been up until this point in the administration. I think that's something that he'll obviously go through and address in part of his speech. And my one prediction, though, the fun prediction, I think, is who will show up as guests to this event. And I know that they put out a feeler and an invite to the U.S. men's hockey team. So hopefully we'll get those guys at the State of the Union and the president giving them a big warm welcome home, possibly. So we'll see.
Jack Hughes with that golden shot, and Director Kash Patel letting it loose with the guys on Sunday, so that was fun to see. But on a serious note, Ashley, doing some amazing reporting with the Daily Caller. Why did Republicans skip the hearing for Epstein billionaire bestie Lex Wexner as this really amazing story continues to divulge and develop in the federal city?
Yeah, well, sounding like a broken record here, Epstein not going away, as we see here. And, this Lex Wexner, he was the main bankroller for Epstein. A lot of people that have, kind of dove into the Epstein story, it's caught a lot of national, international interest because of the ties with cultural individuals, political. It really just stems outward. But Les Wexner being that primary bankroller, founder of L Brands, which owns Victoria's Secret. That's how Wexner is mainly known. He's known and admitted to having a relationship with Epstein since the 80s and, kind of labeled Epstein as this mastermind of, being a con man in a way. So it was interesting to hear from Wexner, who nobody's questions and sat down. And Wexner himself has said that the DOJ and FBI has never had him sit down and question him about his ties to Epstein. So I think everyone was waiting anxiously for this testimony and deposition to take place. It actually, different than many others, happened in Ohio. They went to him. And what depositions are? They're legal proceedings. So it was a much, smaller area, a lot less members there. And it just happened to be that no GOP members showed up, and there was a lot more Democrats there. The depositions are done by staffers, lawyers, where questions are asked. The majority gets the first hour, and then after that, the minority, being the Democrats, get the second hour, and it switches back and forth. This deposition lasted almost 6 hours with Wexner, many questions asked across the board, but the question remains, where was the GOP members and why didn't they travel there? And I think I reached out to House Oversight GOP spokeswoman. They told me that, the House is currently in recess because this is the House Oversight Committee. They're at their districts talking to constituents. So I do think there is an argument to be said there. But at the same time, I think Americans have been looking forward to getting questions asked by this guy who's been the main bankroller for Epstein. And his name's been tossed around. He's in the files. He's been named as a co-conspirator. And I do think it was a question as to why they didn't show up. I know even though they're at an important time with recess happening, and then many Democrats individually didn't show up to the Clinton deposition that they didn't show up to now. Now they're scheduled for this week. And where is it? New York. So they will be traveling. Many members will be traveling to New York later this week. And I guess there is posing the question as to why members are having to travel to these individuals. And even Wexner's lawyer came out on X stating that, they agreed to this. So they put the location where the deposition would be. It was in Ohio. So the GOP members agreed to this, leadership agreed to this. And I think there's a question as to why there is special treatment for people like the Clintons and Wexner, why they don't have to, be walked into Washington, D.C. like a regular American would. So I think there's an argument there that, you can spend time with your constituents where you need to, but also, this is a very important issue to many constituents themselves. And so where should members be spending their time? Should they have allotted, a certain amount of GOP members to go to this or, be placed there? I think that's the question. And I think it caught a lot of people's eye, especially on Thursday and Friday of last week after the deposition.
I believe the members of the Trump family also had to travel to the nation's capital during the lawfare saga of Russia. In turn, with everything else, with the lawfare and Eric Trump, who is probably the most investigated human being and subpoenaed human being in human history. But we see, Ashley, as well, that New Mexico and their state legislature, because of that ranch that Jeffrey Epstein owned, along with Ghislaine Maxwell attending on many different occasions, are now looking at this from a state level. Can you look into that investigation and tell us some developments there?
Yeah, so this is one of the areas, Epstein had 3 estates. It was the Virgin Islands island, the well-known Epstein Island that everybody calls it. He had his New York townhome, as well as Zorro Ranch, which is located in New Mexico near Santa Fe. And basically lawmakers, they had a closed criminal case take place in 2019. They closed it. They found no evidence of anything, but there's been speculation of what happened at that ranch when Epstein owned it, and with Ghislaine Maxwell and the sexual misconduct that from alleged victims like Annie Farmer that said that they were traveled out there, and that's where much of the misconduct took place. And so I think there is a looming question due to the idea that it's in a rural area of what was happening there. And the case in 2019 was closed. Now the state legislature has opened up a new subcommittee to look into this more, and they are using some of the funds that were paid out during that time period in 2019. I think about 2.9 million, I want to say, is around that number. I might have that wrong. It's in the piece though. So feel free to go look there. But I think that there's also been a development in the last few days, and I received a statement from the New Mexico Department of Justice stating that they will be reopening a criminal investigation as well into the Zorro Ranch there due to the nature of the documents that have been released by the DOJ. They have also sent a letter to federal authorities at the DOJ in Washington, D.C., asking for help and they had investigation and some other things like that. So I put that statement out on X. Anyone can go take a look at that. But I think New Mexico is one of those areas, and Zorro Ranch itself, due to the fact there was not a lot of eyes there in comparison to places like the Virgin Islands and New York City and the access. I think people have a lot of questions about that, property that he owned, who he bought it from, who was invited there. Multiple individuals said they visited the ranch. So I think it's one of those areas of the wider Epstein scheme that needs to be looked at. And, that was a domestic property within the United States that he owned. So I think it's going to be very interesting keeping an eye on developments there.
Well, thank you for staying so closely on this, as I'm sure, as you mentioned, we'll be talking a lot about this throughout the year. Now, one of the more bizarre stories, and again, happy that you do the journalism. That's the big criticism of right, left, and center, and those so-called mainstream outlets, that they ignore some of these stories. Congressman Tony Gonzalez's office, a very sad story, an alleged affair with him and a staffer, which I believe is against House rules, if not all congressional rules, when it comes to intimate relationships with staffers. In addition to that, though, the situation where she set herself on fire and committed suicide, just absolutely terrible. Can you tell us about this story?
Yes, well, this happened. Regina Santos Aviles was the one that set herself afire. She was a regional director for Tony Gonzalez, and down in Texas. He's out of, I believe, the San Antonio area. Her home was in Uvalde, Texas, though. So this is where her death took place. And there was I guess, circulation and going on in Texas for months about an alleged affair. So the Daily Caller, we dug into this a little further. We were asking for coroner reports as well, talking to the local police department of any foul play, which there seems to have been ruled there is none. But, really tragic death. It caught a lot of eyes, and the rumor mill started, as it does, down in Texas, and it made its way up to D.C. So we've been sticking on this for months, but now an outlet out of San Antonio, they broke text messages that were sent between Santos Alvias, and so they basically stating that the staffer and him were having an affair. She admitting that to the other staffer. He has currently left the office now and working in other campaigns. But the Daily Caller, we had other sources stating the exact same thing, that there was an affair going on. We've stuck on this, and I think it's a really tragic scenario. It also has been reported that Gonzalez has been under a House Ethics complaint and investigation for over a year now. We were also reaching out for House Ethics for months, trying to figure out if that was true. And so Gonzalez is in a heated primary currently. And so we've been doing polling if the public knew about the, alleged affair going on. And polling has shown since November that people have begun to notice it, which way they would vote in the GOP primary in that district. So it will be in a very interesting race. It seems that the NRCC has continued to put support behind Gonzalez in this race, and as well as the president has endorsed Gonzalez, which there's been calls for him to unendorse him. So it's a developing story, and we'll continue to see what happens. But it seems that the text messages have resurfaced between the two.
Ashley Brassfield, reporter for the Daily Caller. Where can we find all of your good work?
I am on X at Brassfield Ashley. I'm on Instagram at Ashley E. Brassfield. And you can find my work with pieces on the Daily Caller's social media accounts, as well as our website on my profile.
And we'll continue to follow and watch and have you on the right side of history. Ashley Brassfield, thank you for joining us for our continued coverage of State of the Union 2026. And we'll see you again soon on the right side of history.
Thank you for having me.
Have you looked at your credit card statement recently? You could be working 50, 40, or even 80 hours a week. And it's truly unbelievable as you put all of that time in when you don't see that money coming back to serve you. So call today, American Financing, my good friends and patriots, refinancing on your home. Save an average of $800 per month. Just call today. Do not delay. It's 888-402-0299. Buying groceries, gas, things you used to have as affordable here in America. Credit card companies changing the way you can access these life-saving necessities, now privileges. Think about that. Over 20%. It's designed to keep you underwater, something that this administration trying to fight back on, but don't have to play their game with the credit card companies. American Financing doing something the big credit card companies actually hate. They're actually helping people. So right now, they have mortgage rates in the 5s. They're showing homeowners how to take their hand and take control of this today, wiping out equity and that high interest debt rate, because you just don't want that to happen at all when it comes to refinancing with American Financing. Again, call today. Save an average of $800 per month. 888-402-0299. The average savings, again, $800 per month. So it's not too shabby, as it takes 10 minutes to call into a salary-based mortgage consultant. No upfront fees. And it all gets done for you right there with the great patriots at American Financing. If you start today, you could delay 2 mortgage payments. So you're looking at a savings of $1,600 right off the bat. So give my friends a call over there at American Financing, 888-402-0299. Thank you for sponsoring us on the right side of history. And be sure to get the popcorn tonight, perhaps your favorite beverage, soft drink, or adult beverage for the State of the Union at the top of the hour. You can go to kalshi.com/RSBN for a special tonight. $10 off of that first trade or bet. Will President Trump say fake news during the State of the Union? Anything about fraud or affordability? Perhaps Sleepy Joe or Crooked Joe Biden? Feel free to write into RSBN if you wish to opine if it will be Sleepy, Crooked, or the Auto Pen, any of those. Or if they'll even shake hands tonight. We know that 70 Democrats refusing to attend the State of the Union on this fine Tuesday, February 24th. So take those bets and trades right there to kalshi.com/RSBN. It is music, sports, politics, culture, and more. You're watching it. You're living the front row of history. So you might as well make a trade and bet there at Kalshi. Scan that QR code now. And what do you think President Trump will say tonight? It's supposed to be a big speech, a star-studded speech. And we'll get that at the top of the hour with real-time ratings right there. 54% chance that President Trump will say fake news. What say you at kalshi.com/RSBN? The president right now enjoying a 42% approval rating. This is somewhat down across the channels from last year at this time, slightly over that 50% mark. We'll see if that changes a bit after the State of the Union on this evening, as many Americans do tune in for this after the football season, after that glorious victory by the men's hockey team against Canada. Same with the ladies on the other side, defeating our Canadian friends to the north, winning gold. It's the bald eagle over the Canadian goose every single time, and Jack Hughes with that golden shot, 46 years to the day, successful in winning gold for the United States of America. The difference with that team that faced the Soviets, mostly in college, mostly amateurs, led by Herb Brooks. But as you're watching this, some professionals coming together to play for the good old US of A. They will be in the house tonight as we welcome into Right Side Broadcasting Network, Michael Kunzler, the co-owner of All Family Pharmacy. Get your deals right now at allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Code RSBN10 for all of those discounts. Michael, we just are about to hear from the President of the United States. Low health care costs, all that access, right to try, most favored nation status on the mind of this administration and most Americans going into the 2026 midterms. So from your perspective as a pharmacy owner, you see this every day. What policies directly impact everyday Americans when it comes to the cost of pharmaceuticals?
The costs are driven up by insurance companies and the drug manufacturers. I mean, it's clear as day. Trump has mentioned that. I mean, he just did a deal with Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly, which is huge for those who need those GLP-1 drugs for weight loss, diabetes, and obesity. But clearly, I mean, it shows that the drug manufacturers are the ones driving the prices up, and then alongside is the insurance companies. I mean, there's things called no gag clauses, where if a patient comes into our pharmacy with insurance, and they tell us they have insurance, and I have a drug that they prescribed, and it costs, the insurance reimbursement rate is $35, and our cash price is $20, we have a no gag clause where we cannot tell them the cash price. We have to give them the insurance price, which that extra $15 can go towards something good towards that individual's plan. But unfortunately, the insurance companies want the drug prices higher so they can charge more for their insurance. I mean, these are the biggest factors in the game. And you can look up all this stuff. It's clear as day who is the one driving these prices.
You know, as Washington always talking healthcare reform, welfare reform, all kinds of reform, but they really do not put the American people first. So what do they often get wrong about Americans when they're seeking to lower the cost of their pharmaceuticals?
They think that Americans are unfortunately uneducated when it comes to these drug prices. People know that drugs should not be thousands of dollars. right? We understand that there's trial and error. We want to make sure the drugs are safe and effective when they hit the market. But they think that Americans should be paying $1,000 for a drug that's brand new to the market. And it should not be like that. They think that we're stupid, and people are waking up now. They're smarter more than ever. They're unfortunately ordering from overseas. They're ordering from Canada. We hear all day long people's packages getting seized by customs, by HHS. So these are things that Americans are trying to do to go around these drug prices. But President Trump has done a great job with starting off with Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk, right? That's the starting point. It's what other drug makers want to come to the table, who want to make a deal, who want to make America healthy again, who want to, provide these drug prices at a more reasonable price. These are the stepping stones into bringing prices down. One of the ways we brought down ivermectin is we started compounding it. We found a way to compound it because it requires a higher dose. We noticed, when people are taking it, for off-label use, for parasite cleanses, that sometimes that they need 6 or 7 tablets at a time. Well, that can get very costly. So instead, we just make it into one capsule. And they're only taking one capsule rather than 6 to 7 tablets. We brought the prices down of ivermectin, and we're going to continue to drive them down. And we're working on mebendazole. Mebendazole is $600 for a chewable tablet. That's from the brand Ivrum. And so that's something that, we sell at I think $1.50 a capsule instead of $600. These prices are kind of outrageous. And, I'm hoping that President Trump continues to fight all of the drug manufacturers, not just those two.
And the MAHA movement's been about transparency, especially on these costs. How does that translate to the pharmaceutical world and what you're trying to accomplish with your great company, Michael, at allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN?
We're bringing the new medications, the new supplements to the table, right? We brought in methylene blue. I have so many families and friends that have, reached out to me asking me multiple questions about it. I have a lot of our cancer patients who take it. Those are the ones, who really need the energy, the boost. I myself, I take it. When I do a lot of these interviews, there's no room for error. Right. We got to kick out the brain fog. We got to really be clear on our mind, because we got to speak. We've got to talk from the heart. We got to understand what we're talking about. Can't just make things up. We're not politicians. These are real world Americans that are listening to us. And so bringing to the forefront drugs like methylene blue, NAD+, some of these biohacking drugs. And then on top of all of that, ivermectin and mebendazole. Mebendazole I brought to the table about 1.5 years ago. I fell into the Dr. Mackis's Substack. I started doing a lot of research, and I cannot dispense fenbendazole because it's an animal drug. So I found out there is a very similar version called mebendazole. And so I was like, well, that's a human drug. Why not bring that to the table, since I can't sell people fenbendazole? And so we brought that in 1.5 years ago, and since then, it's been a huge hit to the market. Now there's tons and tons of companies trying to sell it. They're trying to do similar to what we do. Which is a great thing. Competition is always a great thing because it drives prices down. It keeps America honest. And so we do enjoy competition because it's going to keep us honest. It's going to keep the prices honest. And it's going to, that's the most important part, especially with the MAHA movement.
Now, are you concerned with your expertise that healthcare decisions becoming more political than they are medical? As you mentioned, that a lot of this, the politicians get involved and they think they know what they're doing rather than doctors and experts in the field.
It's always going to be politics with them because it's always about money. There are so many organizations out there that are funded by big pharma and by these drug companies, and people will never see the paper trail, right? Because there's things called, 401c4, where you can donate towards a cause without your name being on that trail. So these drug companies can make those donations without their names being out there. And those are changes that need to be made at the forefront so people can see who's really behind these bills, who's really writing that small writing within some of these bills that are coming out, right? One of the ones that they're trying to do in Florida, which if it passes in Florida, I'll be surprised, but I won't be, because Florida is a very free state, is the GLP-1 companies, Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly, are trying to get away with compounding. They're trying to force pharmacies, if they want to buy the bulk product, they have to buy it from the manufacturer. They're not going to sell the bulk product. It's that simple. Now they're starting with GLP-1s and they're going to move it into hormones. They can move it into ivermectin. They can move it into they can do whatever they want once they introduce a bill like that. And that's going to move away from compounding. Compounding has been huge for the Americans, right? We customize drugs based on allergies, based on dosage, based on, physicians' directions. We can make something topical rather than oral. There's so many things we can do with compounding. And it's the biggest threat to big pharma and drug manufacturers as we see it.
Michael Kunzler, co-owner of All Family Pharmacy. You can get all these discounted off-label generics at myfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Thank you, Michael, so much for joining us live as we get ready for the State of the Union 2026.
Thank you.
And as we continue coverage of this State of the Union, there's some interesting history with this requirement from the United States Constitution. And it used to come in the form of a letter. Most presidents prior to 1947 would actually send in a written statement based on the status and the state of our union. Of course, the dawn of radio and then of television, changing all that over the course of many years, and the modern format, although FDR making famous those fireside chats, Harry Truman, the first of the modern presidents, to bring you what you see today in this joint session of Congress. As moments away, the House Sergeant of Arms will walk into the chamber and state, "Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States." And Donald John Trump, the 45th and 47th President, will make his way down that gallery with Republican and Democrat friends on both sides of the aisle. Now, we know tonight 70 Democrats on the House and Senate side will not be partaking in this. Rather, they have another fundraiser and soiree of sorts in the federal city, highlighted by people like Robert De Niro and Don Lemon, among others. We hope they have a wonderful time, but we know that this is quite a speech tonight. President Washington in 1790 giving the first State of the Union speech, declaring that knowledge is in every country the surest basis of public happiness. Also, that to be prepared for war is one of the most effectual means of pursuing peace. As you see a live shot there inside of the chamber, and lawmakers as our government comes together, all three branches and the articles, one being that of the legislative, two the executive, and three the judicial. And this framework that is now over 250 years old, even starting before the concept of when we became a country on the 4th of July in 1776, a major date which we celebrate this year. We are looking at live shots there inside of the House chamber, where the President and First Lady will be joined by many significant guests, including our gold-winning hockey team. Well done, Jack Hughes and company, bringing home the gold in overtime against their rivals in Canada. Also with that as well, members of both sides of the aisle. A few familiar friends and faces. I see Congressman John McGuire of the 5th District of Virginia, a Navy SEAL. Of course, your 50th Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, and the Speaker of the House, the great state of Louisiana, Mike Johnson, who has been a person who did not seek the seat, didn't seek the role, but rather held to it. And one of his first action, Speaker, bowing, kneeling in prayer with fellow members of the House of Representatives. So this is perhaps one of our more formal events here in a country as a constitutional republic, where the starlight and the brightness of a president, or perhaps lack thereof, as we've seen in the past, really shines through or dulls in the American ethos and the argument that's taking place today. Some of the major thing to watch out for this week, the Save America Act, something crucial to the future of this nation. Most Republicans, Democrats, Latinos, Caucasians, to African Americans, demographic, male and female, agree that it should be one vote per one citizen. That watering down a vote in any congressional district is wrong if illegal aliens are partaking, or anyone illegally partaking in said vote. This has happened. There is proof of this. And both right, left, center, and everyone in between concerned about that when you have very close elections. Yours truly covered this all the way up in Anchorage, Alaska, as a City Beat reporter with ranked choice voting and how much that played a role in the municipal elections. And people on both sides of the aisle not too thrilled about that, as we saw Senator Ted Cruz earlier and also Senator John Fetterman, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, coming in. Perhaps the last true liberal Democrat in Congress. So as we watch all of that this evening, we're very grateful for our sponsors here on the right side of history. Tax Network USA. It's tnusa.com/RSBN. Protect yourself from the IRS. Call today. Do not delay. It's 877-479-6503. Settle those back taxes today. We have April 15th coming up right around the corner. So do you owe any back taxes on businesses or even private accounts? Or have you filed every year but still keep owing? Did you retire and suddenly get hit with a big tax bill that was unexpected? Are you a business owner with messy books and a balance you simply cannot afford? Did your 401k come into play in regards to your taxes, or the IRA perhaps ended early? All of that files into what may take place on April 15th. Now, your tax issue started, but the outcome could remain the same. Regardless, tnusa.com/RSBN, your go-to. 877-479-6503. Your balance is not going down. Penalties grow, interest compounds, and it can mean you might be in trouble or even garnished wages. You don't want that, so stop what you're doing. Call Tax Network USA, my dear friends and patriots, accountants, and those who did work for the IRS in the past. They know a thing or two about this process. The IRS will not wait. They will garnish wages. They will even do property seizures. They are enforcing the law. And this is where Tax Network USA comes in. Whether you owe $10,000 or less, their team can resolve even billions of dollars in tax debt. They are offering a free investigation call with the IRS. Again, 877-479-6503. Call today. Do not delay. It's tnusa.com/RSBN. Thank you for sponsoring us on the right side of history. And we know the whole slogan, the new year, a new me, but we're now deep into that practice here on February 24th. And whether it's the Lenten observances or simply trying to be better in 2026, let's make this something we really move forward on. That's with clean water at covepure.com. Such an amazing company leading the way on reverse osmosis systems. That's where they come in. They want to protect what matters most. Drink pure, live pure. Covepure.com/RSBN. The State of the Union sale, $250 off right now. Covepure.com/RSBN. Most importantly, the thing that's ignored is water. Do you know that your student, your child, could lose 2 points in their IQ if they're drinking directly from the faucet? We all know the kids in the summertime, they love to do that with the hose outside, but it's almost like having garbage in your water, arsenic to fluoride to everything that Secretary Kennedy has warned the world about in his career as an environmental lawyer. We all want clean air and clean water, and look how easy it is to use. You can heat that up real fast. You don't have to wait for your tea to steep on the stove. Rather have that hot water ready to go, lukewarm or cold, for your favorite beverages. Cove Pure changes that immediately to get rid of all of the toxins out of your water. And their ClearWave technology certified to remove 99.9% of the contaminants. Again, the State of the Union sale, $250 off right now. So scan that QR code there, covepure.com/RSBN. Protect what matters most. Protect the ones you love. And if you're renting right now, even better, because you don't have to drill holes in order to install this life-saving machine, literally, as it takes out all of those contaminants. Just tap a button, hot water in 3 seconds, cold water in 3 seconds. It's nice and fast, and it sits right there on the countertop where I'm sure you have a coffee maker or several other kitchen accessories. Covepure.com/RSBN. The State of the Union sale $250 off right now. As we break down what's anticipated tonight, the President of the United States to give a primetime speech at the top of the hour, 9 o'clock. Congressman Brian Jack of the 3rd District of Georgia, dear friend to the network. We saw him in Rome, Georgia, as we see Congresswoman Lauren Boebert there, really someone who has embraced the MAGA message, especially in deep blue Colorado, Rocky Mountain High, a beautiful place to be and to go ski, but I don't know about living out there, although it's good to see that Purple Mountain majesty as we'll celebrate tonight with almost a full House and Senate. 70 Democrats, 7-0, choosing to go elsewhere, but that's okay. Who needs them when you have the cabinet? Who needs them when you have the Supreme Court of the United States and many military officials in the top ranks of the Pentagon ready to listen to President Trump tonight in a hall also filled with the United States men's hockey team. So I'm sure we'll see them later tonight. Perhaps they'll get a nice seat right close by the First Lady. And President Trump calling House Speaker Mike Johnson up and saying, we need more seats. I just invited the guys who won on Sunday night. So a rather last minute invitation, but we look forward to seeing them in the chamber for this joint session of Congress. As you catch all of the live looks, we also see Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna of the Free Sunshine State of Florida. Right now, the House Speaker gaveling in for formalities the State of the Union. So traditionally, he has to write a letter, which he did last month, to the president in order to invite him to present this State of the Union. This format has been happening since 1947, since the presidency of Harry S. Truman and Franklin Delano Roosevelt, our 32nd president, who made those fireside chats so famous, really started that moment in the modern presidency. Let's toss there to the State of the Union in the House chamber in Washington, D.C.
Gathered here today for a truly...
From Michigan, Mrs. Dingell. The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the Committee on the part of the Senate to escort the President of the United States into the House chamber. The Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The Senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso. The Senator from Arkansas, Mr. Cotton. The Senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The Senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Langford. The Senator from South Carolina, Mr. Scott. The Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The Senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. And the Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar. The members of the Escort Committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
Mr. Speaker, the Acting Dean of the Diplomatic Corps. justices of the Supreme Court.
There is no audio at the moment. They are only queuing that in to announce specific people coming into the chamber. The latest that we saw, the Supreme Court of the United States, not the entirety of the court, but their Chief Justice Roberts, also Justice Kavanaugh, and others attending the speech this evening. So that's commonplace to not have the entire court in itself inside of the chamber. And of course, there is also one designated survivor as practiced every single time that comes from one of the branches of the government, traditionally Article 2, where someone in the cabinet has been designated to stay on the outside in case of, God forbid, some form of catastrophe, long practiced in our republic, as we are now celebrating 250 years come July 4th. So many of those celebrations already underway in municipalities across our great country, and now cheering in the chamber for special guests that are sitting in and around near the First Lady, and that's the special person they're clapping for, the First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump, there with members of the Trump family.
Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's really an honor. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, First Lady of the United States. Second Lady of the United States. Members of Congress and my fellow Americans, our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America. When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant economy, inflation at record levels, a wide open border, horrendous recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home, and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages. And we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back. Today, our border is secure. Thank you. Today, our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before, and our enemies are scared. Our military and police are stacked, and America is respected again, perhaps like never before. After 4 years in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far. In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States. But we will always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our country and will work hard to maintain our country. The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year. And last year, the murder rate saw its single largest decline in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years, year 1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was born, substantially before he was born. That's a long time ago. He wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago. The Biden administration and its allies in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%. Gasoline, which reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster, is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places, $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline. Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year. And low interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem while at the same time protecting the values of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both. And we are going to keep it that way. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that, 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions and millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up. In 4 long years, the last administration got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe. Think of it, much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a difference a president makes. A short time ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, the hottest. As thousands of new businesses are forming in factories, plants, and laboratories are being built, we have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger. Nobody can believe what they're watching. American oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million barrels of oil. American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to drill, baby, drill. More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think about that. Any time in the history of our country, more working today. And 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector. We ended DEI in America. We cut a record number of job-killing regulations, and in 1 year we have lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps. And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong. Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, 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 you're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in. Go ahead. That's the first time I've ever seen them get up. And actually, not all of them did get up. But they beat a fantastic Canadian team in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House. They were in the Oval Office before, and I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there, and they weren't about to say no, because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck. Think of it, 46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off, do you practice that, or was that a little lucky? He refused to answer that question. But I just want to tell you that the members of this great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given and which has been given to many athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12, it's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Great athletes have gotten that, very great, the best, and I thought he deserved it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them. I said, I'm not giving it if anybody goes no, and every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you all. What a special job you did. What special champions you are. Thank you very much. I'm also pleased to say that the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America for the 2028 Olympics, and it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles. And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country. And this year, and I must say I got them both. I got them in my first term, and I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place. And now I've got them because I got the Olympics and I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're getting the World Cup. So we have the World Cup and the Olympics coming. And that is exciting news. So this will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend America in World War II, serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur. He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila, worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon. And 81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. Buddy earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family, and tonight he is in the gallery looking forward to July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday. So, buddy, you're a brave man, and we salute you. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas, one of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one. As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClelland closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission, a young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class. And he lifted not just Millie Kate, but 164 others to safety. People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow, that's something. Tonight, Scott and Millie Kate are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate. And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you. And I'd like to have the military aide to please come down and take care of the service. Military aide, thank you very much. Take care of that very important service. Thank you very much. From 1776 to today, every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern. That is the debt we owe to the heroes who came before us, and that is the promise we must keep to America for our 250th year. Last year, I urged this Congress to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans. All Democrats, every single one of them, voted against these really important and very necessary massive tax cuts. They wanted large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead. But we held strong, and with the great, big, beautiful bill, we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And we also made interest on auto loans tax deductible the first time, but only if the car is made in America. Recently in Pennsylvania, I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom who's homeschools her children. Beautiful, 2 children, during the day while waiting tables at night as her husband works overtime operating very heavy equipment. Megan is here this evening, and she's happy to tell you that she is so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and our expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband will take home more than $5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half. Megan, please stand up. We're fighting for you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. We're fighting for you, Megan. Under our bill, parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name it. I did not name it. I did not name that. Nobody believes me, but I did not name it. It was named by a very tall man sitting right there in the third row. Nice man, a good man. Tax-free investment accounts for every American child. This is something that's so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be pre-funded courtesy of the U.S. Treasury and private individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, who have donated $6.25 billion to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children. They're great people. You know, I asked Michael Dell, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school, and I made computers, and I'd sell them to people, and I just kept selling and selling and selling, and pretty amazing story. That's called the American dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops, so I congratulate him on that, but I really thank him and Susan, as well as others like Brad Gerstner, a very tremendous guy. He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner. Thank you, Brad. So with modest additional contributions, these young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it. How much money is that for somebody that started with nothing? Over 100,000, could be much more than that. To make this investment in our children's future, go to TrumpAccounts.gov, TrumpAccounts.gov. And a lot of people are doing it. They're setting every record in the book. It's popular. They knew what it was going to take. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the people that got it started. And now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years were tariffs. I used these tariffs, took in hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country, both economically and on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth, and the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling. But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointing ruling, these powerful country-saving, it's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in, peace-protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. And they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time-tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love. Right? Moving forward, factories, jobs, investment, and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America because we finally have a president who puts America first. I put America first. I love America. For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration, everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New Scam, open borders for everyone. They poured in by the millions and millions from prisons, from mental institutions. They were murderers, 11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen. And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000 in just a speck of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly used the word affordability, a word. They just used it. Somebody gave it to them, knowing full well that they caused and created the increased prices that all of our citizens had to endure. You caused that problem. You caused that problem. They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it. They knew their statements were a dirty, rotten lie. Their policies created the high prices Our policies are rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward. The price of eggs is down 60%. Madam Secretary, thank you. The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot. And even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down significantly. Just hold on a little while. We're getting it down. And soon you will see numbers that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago. Nobody can believe when they see the kind of numbers, and especially energy, when they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another big tax cut. I'm also confronting one of the biggest ripoffs of our times, the crushing cost of health care caused by you. Since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance companies have gotten rich. It was meant for the insurance companies, not for the people. With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year as their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%, like nothing else. That's why I introduced the great health care plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a much lower cost. In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal. Sounds so simple, so big. And I did that in my first term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Costs were going to go way up, and that's what happened, and now I'm bringing them way down on health care and everything else. I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before. Other presidents tried to do it, but they never could. They tried. Most didn't try, actually. But they tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all talk and no action, but I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. Anywhere, the lowest price. So in my first year of the second term, should be my third term, but strange things happen. I took prescription drugs, a very big part of health care, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name that one either, by the way. And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big, Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase. But a few weeks ago, she logged onto the TrumpRx website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500, a reduction of much more, actually, than $3,500. Catherine, we are all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom. So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing, I'm not sure it matters because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it. Codify it anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new Ratepayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory so that no one's prices will go up. And in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community and very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. So I'm telling them they can build their own plant. They're going to produce their own electricity. It will ensure the company's ability to get electricity while at the same time lowering prices of electricity for you, and could be very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over the next number of years. Another pillar of the American dream that has been under attack is home ownership. With us tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of two from Houston. She placed bids on 20 homes and lost all of those bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this are why last month I signed executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up in the thousands single-family homes. And now I'm asking Congress to make that ban permanent, because homes for people, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Rachel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon. We're also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Since I took office, the typical 401k balance is up by at least $30,000. That's a lot of money. We have millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records. Your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year. As we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market, let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information. They stood up for that. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here? Doubt it. Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay. I wasn't sure if anybody even on this side was going to applaud for that. I'm very impressed. Thank you. I'm very impressed. But when it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information. And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. He'll get it done. And we're able to find enough of that fraud. We will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly. That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget. The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where corruption and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA. And it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games. Delilah. Delilah Coleman was only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden and given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians in California. Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the first grade learning to walk. And she's here this evening with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up. Thank you, Delilah. Many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location. That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens. And yesterday, as you probably saw at the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible. Hard to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely after being stabbed 25 times. Lizbeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them. Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you. We can never forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again if they ever had the chance. If they ever got elected, they would open up those borders to some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world. The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you. As we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off. It's all cut off. They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, Homeland Security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice. We'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money. Nobody's getting paid. It's a shame. So you have to think about it. We have, in case you didn't know, a pretty large snowstorm out there. One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself. And perhaps most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act. To stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. That cheating is rampant in our elections. It's rampant. It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID. All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote. And no more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None. And this should be an easy one. And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats, 89%. And even the new communist mayor of New York City, I think he's a nice guy, actually. Speak to him a lot. Bad policy, but nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a Social Security card. Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good. No good. Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens. And the reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason. They make up all excuses. They say it's racist. They come up with things you almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat. They have cheated. And their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And we're going to stop it. We have to stop it, John. And here is one more opportunity to show common sense in government. In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her as a boy and hiding it from her parents. Hard to believe, isn't it? Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland. A left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full-ride scholarship to Liberty University. Sage and Michelle, please stand up. And thank you for your great bravery. And who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this? 15 years ago, if somebody was up here and said that, they'd say, what's wrong with him? But now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states without even telling the parents. But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will. Who would believe that we're even talking about this? We must ban it, and we must ban it immediately. Look, nobody stands up. These people are crazy, I'm telling you. They're crazy. Amazing, incredible. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we? Huh? No one cares more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady, now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it? Who would have believed that? Over the past year, she has had an incredible impact championing AI legislation, advancing a landmark executive order on foster care, and helping secure $30 million to launch the Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative. It's a tremendous, really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of bipartisan support. She gets much better bipartisan support than I do. I get none. She gets a lot. Someday you're going to have to tell me how you did that. And students and educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the presidential AI challenge, keeping America's next generation positioned to succeed and strongly succeed in the future. Tonight, we welcome two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on it. Thank you very much. I'm very proud to say that during my time in office, both the first 4 years and in particular this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God. Tremendous renewal. This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with my great friend, Charlie Kirk, a great guy, great man. So last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin and martyred, really martyred for his beliefs. His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand. Thank you, Erica. Been through a lot. In Charlie's memory, we must all come together to reaffirm that America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind. We love religion, and we love bringing it back, and it's coming back at levels that nobody actually thought possible. It's really a beautiful thing to see. Above all, unleashing America's promise requires keeping our communities safe. We have made incredible strides, yet dangerous repeat offenders continue to be released by pro-crime Democrat politicians again and again. We are honored to be joined tonight by a woman who's been through hell, Anya Zarutska. In 2022, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young woman, Irina, fled war-torn Ukraine to live with relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina. And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte? Last summer, 23-year-old Irina was riding home on the train when a deranged monster who had been arrested over a dozen times and was released through no cash bail, stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and body. No one will ever forget. There were people on that train. No one will ever forget the expression of terror on Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life. She died instantly. She had escaped a brutal war only to be slain by a hardened criminal set free to kill in America, came in through open borders. Mrs. Zarutska, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina. How do you not stand? How do you not stand? I'm asking this Congress to pass tough legislation to ensure that violent and dangerous repeat offenders are put behind bars, and importantly, that they stay there. Starting last summer, I deployed our National Guard and federal law enforcement to restore law and order to our most dangerous cities, including Memphis, Tennessee, big success, New Orleans, Louisiana, big success, and our nation's capital itself, Washington, D.C., where we have almost no crime anymore in Washington, D.C. How did that happen? In fact, crime in Washington is now at the lowest level ever recorded, and murders in D.C. this January were down close to 100% from a year ago. They don't like to hear that. One of sick people, one of the brave service members who helped achieve this stunning turnaround was 20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service, and her rank was going to be lifted. She was doing so well. They were so proud of her. But the very next day, she was on patrol near the White House when she was ambushed and shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan. Shouldn't have been in our country. And all because she wore the uniform of our nation, she was shot. He traveled here because he didn't like people wearing our uniform. He was sick and deranged, shouldn't have been in our country. Sarah Beckstrom died in order to defend our capital, and we are honored to be joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Evalie. Your daughter was a true American patriot, and she will be greatly missed. She was a great person. I saw reports on her. They've never seen anything like it. So sorry. Thank you very much. She's a great young lady. I saw reports that were like, perfect. She was perfect. Serving alongside Sarah that day was Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly make it. The two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot violently in the head. Neither was expected to make it. They weren't even given a chance, except his wonderful mother, named Melody, who I spoke to the same night, and she was so positive. The doctors thought that Andrew was gone, but his mother said, no, Mr. President, Andrew will be fine. He's going to make it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance. She said, I have no doubt, sir, he's going to be okay. This was a conversation that I had with her that night, with her son laying helplessly in bed, blood all over. Everybody is praying, she said, sir, he will be okay. The doctors didn't understand what she was saying, and after looking at the results of the damage done, neither did I. She was so strong and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right. Right, Melody? She turned out to be right. Amazing, actually. I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death, and we're talking about the edge of death, on his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see you. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much. So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late, great President George Washington himself. It's called the Purple Heart. We love you all. Love you. We're proudly restoring safety for Americans at home, and we are also restoring security for Americans abroad. Our country has never been stronger. My first 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Cambodia. Isn't it funny? Sick people. Cambodia and Thailand, Pakistan and India. Would have been a nuclear war. 35 million people said the Prime Minister of Pakistan would have died if it were not for my involvement. Kosovo and Serbia, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Congo and Rwanda, and of course the war in Gaza, which proceeds at a very low level. It's just about there. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for your help. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Jared. And I also want to thank the man they report to, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Thank you, Marco. People like you. You know, Marco got 100% of the votes when he was in confirmation. I think our next one was about 54%. And some of the Democrats are now saying, I can't believe we approved that guy. And he said it's an honor that they feel that way, right, Marco? You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best ever. Under the ceasefire I negotiated, every single hostage, both living and dead, has been returned home. Can you believe that? Nobody thought it was possible. Nobody thought that was possible. Both living and dead. And those parents who had a dead son, their boy, they'd always tell me their boy, they wanted him as much as though he were living. It was an amazing period of time. And they came back, and when we got all of the living hostages back, and many, many before them, but I always said those last 20 are going to be very tough, but we got many, many more, hundreds. But I said those last 20 are going to be tough. We got them back. But we only got back 14 or 15 of the dead, of the 28. And believe it or not, Hamas worked along with Israel, and they dug and they dug and they dug. It's a tough thing to do, going through bodies all over, passing up 100 bodies sometimes for each one that they found. Tough job. And they finally got it back to 27. And then Steve and Jared, they got it back to 28. They found all 28. Nobody thought that was possible, but we did it. And I remember the family of the 28th. They were so grieved, but they were so happy as it's possible to be. They had their boy back. The mother said, "Sir, we have our boy back." What a period of time that was, but we got them all back. So thank you both very much. Great job. And we're working very hard to end the 9th war, the killing and slaughter between Russia and Ukraine, where 25,000 soldiers are dying each and every month. Think of that, 25,000 soldiers are dying a month. A war which would have never happened if I were president, would have never happened. As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, the United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer. Good. For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact. He was the father of the roadside bomb. And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like, 32,000 protesters. 32,000 protesters in their own country. They shot them and hung them. We stopped them from hanging a lot of them with the threat of serious violence. But this is some terrible people. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue, starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve. We have the most powerful military on earth. I rebuilt the military in my first term. We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved a $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong, because hopefully we will seldom have to use this great power that we built together. It's really called peace through strength, and it's been very, very effective. So thanks to Republicans in Congress, we're investing that record number of dollars, have no choice, in the United States Armed Forces. Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason. Because as I said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country. And NATO countries are friends and allies. They are. They're our friends and they're our allies. Have just agreed, at my very strong request, to pay 5% of GDP for military defense rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost all of NATO. Now they're paying 5 as opposed to not paying 2. And getting that 5% was something which everyone said would never be done, could not happen. We got it really easily with one meeting. And big difference between 2% that's not paid. We were paying the freight of many of them. Very few were paid up. Now 5%, then they're paid. And everything we send over to Ukraine is sent through NATO, and they pay us in full. They pay us totally in full. Every branch of our armed forces is setting records for recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member recently. And every service member recently received a warrior dividend of $1,776. You know, they put it on my desk. We got the money from tariffs and other things, a lot of money we have. We have much more money than people understand. Have to rebuild that program a little bit, but it won't take long. But we got the money, and it was $1,775, and they wanted my approval. And I said, what's the number? $1,775. I said, wait a minute. For one more dollar, we can have $1,776. It's going to I said, we're going to figure that. I never asked anybody if we could afford it. One more dollar. I said, $1,776. And I said, that's good. And I'll tell you what, our military, that was 4 months ago, our military, I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it, so we're honored to do it. They deserve it. And we call it 1776. It was great. And we love our military. We love our law enforcement. We love our firemen. You know, the firemen don't get mentioned enough. We love our firemen. We're also... We're also restoring American security and dominance in the Western Hemisphere, acting to secure our national interests and defend our country from violence, drugs, terrorism, and foreign interference. For years, large swaths of territory in our region, including large parts of Mexico, really large parts of Mexico, have been controlled by murderous drug cartels. That's why I designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I declared illicit fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. And with our new military campaign, we have stopped record amounts of drugs coming into our country and virtually stopped it completely coming in by water or sea. You probably noticed that. We very seriously damaged their fishing industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore. We've also taken down one of the most sinister cartel kingpins of all. You saw that yesterday. In January, elite American warriors carried out one of the most complex, spectacular feats of military competence and power in world history. No one's seen anything like it. Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who, called me and they said, very impressive, very good. They couldn't believe, they all watched, they saw what happened. This is a different fighting force that we had years ago when we fought to tie. You know, it's a great fighting force. I'm so proud of it. Look at Space Force. Space Force is my baby, because we did that. My baby is becoming so important. And America's armed forces overwhelmed all defenses and utterly defeated an enemy, good fighters, to end the reign of outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice. And this was an absolutely colossal victory for the security of the United States, and it also opens up a bright new beginning for the people of Venezuela. We're working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, to unleash extraordinary economic gains for both of our countries and to bring new hope to those who have suffered so terribly. They really did suffer. With us tonight is Alejandro Gonzalez. She grew up in a tight-knit Venezuelan family and was especially close to her beloved uncle Enrique. But after Enrique ran for office and opposed Maduro, he was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas. Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and released hundreds of political prisoners already, with more to come. Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not only has your uncle been released, but he is here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate his freedom with you in person. Enrique, please come down. Thank you, Enrique. Have a good time. Nice to have you back, Enrique. There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro, really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter, a big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a massive Chinook carrying, as you can imagine, many, many American warfighters. Wearing the dog tags his wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. She knew it was going to be a rough one. Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a major military installation, protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good. While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter, to deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine guns stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him, 2 machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission, we probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission if that didn't happen. Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to take the searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs of the bullets and keep on flying and landing and People knew what was happening. Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle. Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife, Amy, Eric, and Amy. Come on in. So we have a surprise for Eric and Amy. In recognition of Eric's actions above and beyond the call of duty, I would now like to ask General Jonathan Braga to present Chief Warrant Officer Slover with our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor. Well, thank you very much, Eric and Amy. Great to get to know you. I met with them and with a lot of their fellow warriors at Fort Bragg recently. You notice the name Fort Bragg, we have it back, we brought it back. We won the First World War with it, the Second World War with it, and then they decided to change the name. So we changed it back. Everybody wanted to change back too. And 10 of Eric's fellow warriors from that incredible night of victory will also be receiving medals at a private ceremony that will soon be held at the White House, and Eric will be there. Thank you. Thank you, Eric. That's a big one. Tonight we've celebrated many truly extraordinary American patriots, but there is one last living legend to honor before we go. He is one more heroic American aviator. Navy fighter pilot Royce Williams served in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, flying more than 220 missions. In the skies over Korea in 1952, Royce was in the dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight. Flying through blizzard conditions, his squadron was ambushed by 7 Soviet fighter planes. It was his first aerial combat of the war, and despite being massively outnumbered and outgunned, Royce led the takedown of 4 enemy jets and almost destroyed the others, vanquishing his adversaries while taking 263 bullets to his own plane and being seriously hurt. His story was secret for over 50 years. He didn't even want to tell his wife, but the legend grew and grew. But tonight, at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is finally getting the recognition he deserves. He was a legend long before this evening. Royce, please stand up, and I will ask the First Lady of the United States to present Captain Royce Williams with his Congressional Medal of Honor. Thank you, Royce, and thank you, Eric. I've always wanted the Congressional Medal of Honor, but I was informed I'm not allowed to give it to myself, and I wouldn't know why I'd be taking it, but if they ever open up that law, I will be there with you someday. But you know, that's our highest honor, Congressional Medal of Honor, and that's a big thing, and it's an honor to be in the same room with you. Thank you both very much, Eric. Thank you. Thank you. 250 years is a long time in the life of a nation, but in another sense, it's really a mere moment in the eye of history. Two of the gentlemen we met in the gallery this evening took their first breaths 1 century ago, 100 years before that, on July 4th, 1826, the author of the Declaration of Independence, brilliant, Thomas Jefferson, drew his last breath. Just a single long human lifespan separates the giants who declared and won our independence from the heroes who stand among us tonight. Everything our nation has done, everything we have achieved, has been the work of those few great lifetimes. In those brief chapters, Americans built this nation from 13 humble colonies into the pinnacle of human civilization and human freedom, the strongest, wealthiest, most powerful, most successful nation in all of history. Americans ventured out across the daunting and dangerous continent. We carved paths through an unforgiving wilderness, settled a boundless frontier, and tamed the beautiful but very, very dangerous Wild West. From empty marshes and wide open plains, we raised up the world's greatest cities. Together, we mastered the world's mightiest industries and shattered history's monstrous tyrannies. And we liberated millions from the chains of fascism, communism, oppression, and terror. Americans lifted humanity into the skies on the wings of aluminum and steel. And then we launched mankind into the stars on rockets powered by sheer American will and unyielding American pride. We wired the globe with our ingenuity. We captivated the planet with American culture. And now we are pioneering the next great American breakthroughs that will change the entire world. All of this and so much more is the enduring legacy, unmatched glory of the hardworking patriots who built and defended this country and who still carry the hopes and freedoms on all of humanity's backs. For years they were forgotten, betrayed, and cast aside. But that great betrayal is over, and they will never be forgotten again. Because when the world needs courage, daring, vision, and inspiration, it is still turning to America. And when God needs a nation to work his miracles, he knows exactly who to ask. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome, no frontier too vast for us to conquer, no dream too bold for us to chase, no horizon too distant for us to claim. For our destiny is written by the hand of providence, and these first 250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland villages of Michigan, from the sun-kissed shores of Florida to the endless fields of the Dakotas, and from the historic streets of Philadelphia to right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that began in 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot. And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious than ever before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Some great patriotic moments tonight as the Commander-in-Chief delivered the State of the Union address on that House floor.
Really remarkable. So many highlights, Matthew, with Buddy Taggart. He will be 100 years old on the 4th of July, serving in World War II, and his fellow pilot, Royce Williams, World War II, Korea, Vietnam veteran, receiving that Medal of Honor right after Eric Slover, the Chief Petty Officer, receiving that for his actions in Venezuela. Without Chief Petty Officer Eric Slover and the damage the artillery he took to his legs, now with a cane and a walking guard there, we would not have been successful in Venezuela.
It is something to see the Purple Heart recipients tonight, the Medal of Honor recipients. Andrew Wolf received a Purple Heart. Remember, he was the West Virginia National Guardsman who was shot in Washington, D.C., overcame that struggle, holding on to life, and is there and just received that Purple Heart. We're going to go to some of these different clips. If you missed some of the speech, we're going to go to some of the various clips here, Robert, and overall, your thoughts about the speech.
Truly remarkable. It's a testament to what this one man did, coming down that escalator with our First Lady, Melania Trump, who was as exquisite as ever, the movie star First Lady, with that entire beautiful family with them, what the Trump family has sacrificed to help save this country. It cannot be overemphasized in so many ways. And this State of the Union, record-breaking, Bill Clinton, the 42nd president, holding on to that during his tenure with roughly an hour and 28 minutes, this shattering it, quite frankly. And it wasn't one where you were thinking, oh, can it go on? Can it get on with it, if you will, like some past presidents? This was riveting, well thought out, well structured on not only the securing of the homeland, but protecting of communities, delivering real relief, focusing on affordability, healthcare costs, and the cost of goods going down in this nation for what we use every day, including voter ID. And what's really amazing, Matthew, I caught only twice where the Democrats stood for what should have unified all of America and what's very popular with both parties at home.
And you heard President Trump kind of chirping at the Democrats there a few times. Surprised that they wouldn't stand up for various things that were talked about. One thing that a lot of people stood, of course, for the late, great Charlie Kirk. You saw Erica Kirk there in that U.S. House chamber. You know, this was a speech that a lot of people look back and they say, okay, well, that's good that we see these various things happening. There are a number of wins that we, the people, want to see even throughout the year. I mean, this is just February 2026, so we're hoping to see even more transparency, accountability, all the things to really save America. And speaking of saving America, how about the Save America Act? You know, voter ID, proof of citizenship, something President Trump spoke about as well.
Yeah, something very detailed here, including energy dominance, peace through strength, and ultimately returning the nation to prosperity. Really common sense, as he puts it, in so many ways. So it was a mix of humor, it was a mix of tears, it was a mix of glory. I think about Mr. Enrique, who surprised, I believe it was his niece in the gallery, one of the people saved in Venezuela who was a political prisoner until Eric Slover, the chief petty officer, and his team went in a coordination perhaps nothing like since World War II, where you've had the Department of Justice, the CIA, our military, all branches involved in, again, knocking out Russian and Chinese technology, a Cuban defense up against Maduro, and the former First Lady of Venezuela, Ms. Flores, now awaiting that March 17th St. Patrick's Day date for their next court date in New York City.
Some very powerful moments, as you may have just witnessed here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. This is Robert McNeely. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We're going to go over some of the various parts of the speech here as we continue our post-show coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. First up, let's go to the time where President Trump was honoring the late, great Charlie Kirk and spoke to Erica Kirk, of course, who is in the galley.
This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with my great friend, Charlie Kirk, a great guy, great man. So last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin and martyred, really martyred for his beliefs. His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand. Thank you, Erica. Been through a lot. In Charlie's memory, we must all come together to reaffirm that America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind.
And Robert, I'll always remember September 21st out there in Glendale, Arizona for Charlie Kirk's memorial. A powerful time there to remember Charlie, but to also to see the country come together in such a way for faith, for freedom, for Jesus, Pretty powerful stuff.
As the president mentioned right before that, the revival that was happening, it was a cue up to honor Charlie, to honor Erica, and Turning Point USA, a place that is always home for me and someone that I knew very personally as a friend and a boss. And it's something that sticks with us. And now he belongs to the ages and will continue that path as people are going back to church. You know, President Trump really highlighted that, not only in this term, but in the first term, returning to God. And that's really a wonderful sight to see, including one of the only moments that you saw where the Democrats actually stood up in the chamber. And to give credit where credit's due, thank you for doing that and calling that out. This administration has an average of 10,000 threats. We heard yesterday, President Trump at the Angels family ceremony, that he is ready, willing, and able to take on what may come. He said, to quote him, "I don't know how much longer I'll be here because of the threats that are happening." We saw at Mar-a-Lago, someone losing their life in the early morning hours because they breached that line. Bringing down that temperature is so important, and it's truly a problem on the far left as we continue to see political violence in this country.
And President Trump talking about that to tone it down out there. Also, we heard President Trump speak about insider trading, the Insider Trading Act, as the president called out Nancy Pelosi. Take a look.
As we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market, let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information. They stood up for that. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here? Doubt it. Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay. I wasn't sure if anybody even on this side was going to applaud for that. I'm very impressed. Thank you. I'm very impressed.
Well, there you go, calling out Nancy Pelosi. And speaking of money.
Yes, it is. She is just, you have to laugh about it because she actually referred back to the time she ripped up that State of the Union speech prior to COVID, which is a federal offense last time I checked. But yeah, speaking of money, Matthew, think about working 40, 50, 80 hours a week, and sometimes that paycheck not helping you to afford the most essential things like the gas, also going for groceries, but eggs going down, thank God for that. But what about your home and financing that? At American Financing, you could refinance and save an average of $800 a month. So call today and do not delay. It is 888-402-0299. You think about these credit card companies, something the president and this administration focused on. You could have over 20% of recurring rates, and that could put you underwater in that process. So American Financing is committed to not playing the credit card companies' games. They want you to have your own property. They want you to live the American dream. We don't want to have a nation of renters, as the president has mentioned. Now, the average savings, $800 a month, but if you sign up with American Financing right now, you could save on 2 months of that. So a really great thing to check out here. So call and do not delay. 888-402-0299. Takes about 10 minutes to talk to the great patriots and experts at American Financing. So go ahead and give a call to that number. If it's too late for you right now on the East Coast, maybe save for tomorrow if you have some questions. And give American Financing a call, as they've been helping us here on the right side of history.
From one great sponsor to another, if you've been putting off life insurance because you think it's complicated or requires a medical exam, this is actually worth hearing, because with life insurance through Ethos, you could get up to $500,000 in term life coverage starting around $30 a month, and there's no medical exam required. Usually there is when it comes to something like this, and just a few online health questions. So The entire process is 100% online. You can get an estimate in 10 minutes, and many people are covered the very same day. So it really is designed to be simple. No paperwork, no waiting rooms, no scheduling doctor visits, and coverage options go even higher, up to $2 to $3 million, depending on your needs. So you can customize a policy to fit your budget, and there's a 30-day money-back guarantee, so you can review your coverage with confidence, risk-free. So if you've been meaning to get life insurance to help protect your family, your home, or future expenses, this makes it easy. So get your free estimate now by visiting rsbnetwork.com/ethos. All right, so there were some other moments that we saw there at the U.S. Capitol building, of course, on Capitol Hill tonight. One of them, once again, talking about a Purple Heart.
Yes, and it was Andrew Wolf who was awarded that. You might remember him being the West Virginia Guardsman, the National Guardsman targeted by a radical Islamic terrorist who drove all that way to the nation's capital from Washington State. A husband and father of 5. I don't know what would inspire you outside of that Islamism that has been such a problem. And President Trump really ending the speech talking about how American giants standing on these shoulders that have stopped communism, stopped fascism from the wonderful lake shores of Michigan down to the sun-gleamed swamps of Florida and those beaches that are second to none in the world, some of the most beautiful. We stand on the shoulders of patriots like Andrew Wolf. And although we had 2 Medal of Honors right at the end there with Chief Petty Officer Eric Slover and Royce Williams from World War II, again, Korea and Vietnam, Andrew Wolf is to not be overlooked for his service in Washington, D.C., almost losing his life to radical Islamic terrorism.
So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late, great President George Washington himself. It's called the Purple Heart. We love you all. Love you.
Thank God for our National Guard, especially in Washington, D.C., making that city much safer. I'd rather see National Guardsmen out there, keeping the streets safe and clean. It's better than a lot of other cities where they just don't have that extra support. And we're going to get to some more clips from this speech by President Trump that concluded about 15 minutes ago, actually right at 11 o'clock Eastern time. In the meantime, let's go to a few of our sponsors. We have a few more clips to get to, but you see it right there, Birch Gold. International disputes and inflation, rising national debt, digital currency, there's a never-ending list of reasons gold has actually risen over 700% in the last 20 years, and a never-ending list of reasons smart Americans diversify a portion of their savings into precious metals with Birch Gold Group. So more than any other commodity on earth, gold thrives during uncertainty, which is why it's a crucial part of a balanced strategy. It gives you peace of mind given all the events that can impact the U.S. economy. I know we talk about with Philip Patrick about BRICS nations, but see if holding gold as a tax-sheltered retirement account is right for you too, because Birch Gold can help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. So just text the word, as you see there, Trump, to the number 989898. You'll receive your free info kit on gold. There's no obligation, just useful information with an A+ with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers. So let Birch Gold help you diversify with gold so you too can have peace of mind regardless of the uncertainty. Again, text Trump to 989898.
You can take some of those savings as well and go over to kalshi.com/RSBN. We hope that you trade and bet on great speeches like this. Again, approximately 1 hour and 49 minutes, the longest State of the Union speech in history, surpassing 1 hour and 28 minutes or so by the 42nd President, Bill Clinton. Did President Trump say those things, fraud, affordability, fake news, and Sleepy Joe? Well, he ignored the 46th president and his predecessor, although pointing to those Democrats and saying, you caused this. He really got aggressive in the sense of 2026 in the midterms, he'll be out on the road, pretty much putting himself on the top of the ballot, and these core crucial issues on affordability, domestic policy, and international policy. Where does Kalshi come into all this? You could trade and bet literally on anything in the American ethos, from music to sports, politics, again, the culture, and much, much more. Go to kalshi.com/RSBN. Scan that QR code now, and we'll see how much President Trump says fake news on the road. He said it in Rome, Georgia. He'll probably say it again because we know there's some out there who tell the truth, like us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and there's others that want to put up the smoke and mirrors. But I got to tell you, I don't know how the Democrats are going to run on anything after a speech like tonight.
On top of that, we know that President Trump will be in Corpus Christi, Texas on Friday for another speech. So we'll see if he says it there, calling out the fake news. And you remember back in the day with Right Side Broadcasting Network, and a lot of the times we were at various rallies, the president would say, why don't you point the cameras and check out all the people here? And many cameras didn't, but of course Right Side Broadcasting Network did, because we want to show what's going on. It's pretty simple stuff. It's common sense reporting. That's what you get here at Right Side. Speaking of Right Side Broadcasting Network, of course, you saw President Trump's speech live right here in its entirety. And the president used the words Somali pirates. Very interesting.
Yes, and something that happened up in Minnesota, lest we forget, with the Leering Center and $19 billion fraud that has been found thus far, thanks to independent journalist Nick Shirley, with a phone and a bodyguard. And thank God he has that, because the radical left coming after him for exposing this under Governor Walz now not running for a third term, a lame duck. And we've had Attorney General Keith Ellison really scolded by Ron Johnson, the great senator from the Dairyland in Wisconsin, and others on that Senate committee hearing, really unable to control what's happening with illegal alien criminality, especially in the Somali population there in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
But when it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information. And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. He'll get it done. If we're able to find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly. That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget. The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where corruption and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA. And it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games.
So do you owe back taxes and you've been avoiding the IRS? Probably not a good idea given that this government, they are going after those who have not paid. But visit, let not your heart be troubled, tnusa.com/RSBN. Settle those back taxes today. It's 877-479-6503. Call today and do not delay. Again, might be a little bit too late on the East Coast, but you can call tomorrow. Have you filed every year, but you had a misstep, started a new business, or something else happened where you could not put that all together? It happens, not a problem. Maybe you pulled too much money from your 401k or IRA, forgot to file all of that, but your tax issue just starting, the outcome can be the same, if not worse. So reverse that and stop what you're doing. Call our friends over at Tax Network USA. So smart to do, as the IRS is not waiting. The IRS is enforcing collections through wage garnishments, also bank levies and property seizures. You've seen what the DOJ has done, following up on years of lawlessness from past administrations to those who simply dropped the ball in Washington, D.C. So why would you not be passed over? With over 15 years in business, there has not been a single tax cause they have not seen nor resolved. Many of them have worked for the IRS. They're expert accountants and they are great patriots. They have worked on these things nationwide, so even if it's a state issue, they can handle this and bring it to their team directly. They are offering a free investigation call with the IRS, and after that investigation, they put a clear case plan in place to restore your tax sanity. So again, call as soon as you can, 877-479-6503. Protect yourself from the IRS. Tax Network USA, tnusa.com.
Without these great sponsors, we wouldn't be able to provide the live coverage that you guys see. Obviously, we're in Studio A today. Nice new upgrade for us here at the network. So great to provide this all to you, but thankful for these sponsors and to those of you that donate to the network. Speaking of sponsors, All Family Pharmacy. Quick question, when was the last time you actually restocked your medicine cabinet? Well, most people wait until someone gets sick, then they start scrambling, calling the doctor, waiting on appointments, hoping the pharmacy has what they need. But you should have what you need already at home. And if you already know All Family Pharmacy, you know there's a better way. And when you go to allfamilypharmacy.com, you can stock up in advance on essentials like antibiotics, antivirals, ivermectin, mebendazole, NAD+, Tamiflu, and more. And there are more than 300 prescription medications available. Everything reviewed and prescribed safely by their licensed doctors and shipped straight to your door. So you can be prepared before you need it. Go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN and use that RSBN10 promo code. You'll get that 10% on the essentials you want to keep in your medicine cabinet. All right. A lot of great sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. This has been a full broadcast, a full live stream broadcast, as you guys may have seen, since 7 o'clock Eastern time. That's when we kicked off our coverage today. And a lot of great interviews, a lot of great videos for you to check out if you'd like. Just watch it on replay and maybe scrub back a bit. Maybe tomorrow. It's getting a little late on the East Coast, as you mentioned earlier. But those of you on the West Coast, come on now. Keep up with us, you know what I mean? So let's go to one more soundbite from President Trump. I mean, he was talking about Iran and nuclear capabilities and that kind of thing. So let's go to President Trump from just about an hour ago.
For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact. He was the father of the roadside bomb. And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like, 32,000 protesters. 32,000 protesters in their own country. They shot them and hung them. We stopped them from hanging a lot of them with the threat of serious violence. But this is some terrible people. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue, starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen.
Okay, so we will see what happens there in Iran. We know that the president has said there's an armada of our U.S. military in the Middle East. So will there be peace? Will there be something more? We'll have to wait and see. Meantime, let's end our live stream broadcast with some closing thoughts.
You know, he hit on so much tonight, Matthew, from the economy to taxes, housing affordability, domestic policies. There are more Americans working now than have been in years. It's jobs, jobs, jobs. We saw that in Rome, Georgia, just last week at the Coosa Steel Manufacturing Plant. Again, in Corpus Christi, Texas, come Friday. I'm sure that will be a large highlight in the Lone Star State with their primary coming up on March 3rd. Foreign affairs to, as you mentioned, Matthew, Iran. Such a crucial thing in the lens of this administration and drawing that line in the sand, something that his predecessor, Barack Hussein Obama, clearly failed at. This Ayatollah Mullah Iranian Republican Guard shall not have a nuclear weapon, period, because of what they seek to do. We know their language, we know their rhetoric, we know that they are the antithesis to the Abraham Accords, something that Jared Kushner worked so hard on, and them in the gallery today, the entire Trump family on hand, outside of the grandkids. We didn't see the grandkids today, but this family has been through so much to help save a nation. And of course, the extraordinary tribute to the late, great Charlie Kirk, on top of those USA gold medal winners over there in Milan, Italy. There's so much to take from this speech, and only he can do that in an hour and 49 minutes.
Exactly. So we saw that speech here live right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And so, you know, to sum it up, you know, we had more than a year now under President Trump, and, you know, we're seeing a number of things that, to your point, that are positive out there. Some are saying, hey, the Abraham Accords, the Board of Peace, maybe that the peace would be the way to go with Iran, but we'll see. You know, they're negotiating. They have all of those talks going on. Of course, passing the Save America Act, a big deal, of course, when it comes to voter ID, proof of citizenship, and transparency, whether that is still with the Epstein files or bad actors being held accountable, whether it's the deep state or globalists. All the things that I see we the people talking about online as well, and including the many reforms needed to save the country, you know, those core promises to the American people that the RNC and President Trump promised us last summer, actually in 2024. So we're looking forward to more and more wins to preserve the Union, right? To save the Republic, to save our country. And that really is what it's all about, isn't it?
And the new governor of Virginia, Abigail Spanberger, closing with remarks in the Democrat response as 70 congressmen, including senators, not in the chamber. So you saw it might have been a little bit light on the Democrat side, but I really don't know the purpose of those who went there and just sat there for the most part, with the exception of two different occasions where they finally did stand. Once for the Medal of Honor recipients, and thanks be to God for that. Also, the calling to end of political violence. President Trump mentioning that after honoring the late, great Charlie Kirk. But it's looking as if in this campaign, as Susie Wiles mentioned, he's going to be at the top of the ballot. He's going to be out there in these new congressional districts. And I think the highlight of really an emotional speech in so many ways of that pride we feel for the US of A, of these amazing domestic policies and what's happened on a global stage as this president changing all that. What you have here is a MAGA agenda pointing directly to the Democrats, only in his way, calling them out on several occasions tonight. I can't recall a time when a president quite did it like that from the bully pulpit and within the well, that dais, as they call it there in the House chamber.
And the president bringing up stories about 1776. I mean, a very patriotic speech, a powerful speech. We have to win the country. We have to save the nation. For all of us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, I'm Matthew Alvarez.
And I'm Robert McNeely. Thank you for joining us on America's #1 news source for all political events. It's your go-to for election integrity in 2026 and the midterms, a live desk and a rally network. We have it all here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. May you have a God-blessed evening on this Tuesday, February 24th. And we'll see you later on this week.